Greetings, everyone. Koku here. Saturday night shoot the breeze. Glad you guys are tuning in tonight. Just want to hop on before we start the show, let you guys know what's in store for you tonight. We're going to talk about Reverend Al Sharpton possibly being a gun for hire. We're going to answer the question, did Iron Mike Tyson take one too many blows to the head? And there's a reason why that question is being asked. We are going to discuss a situation that happened in New Jersey with a black teen being harassed instead of the white teen that started the whole situation. We're going to answer the question, are we reaching black folks or is this just smoke? And there's a certain situation we're going to look at there. Tariq gets completely destroyed in a debate. We're going to talk about that. That happened a couple of years ago. We're going to talk about how Hillary Clinton underdeveloped Haiti. We're going to talk about an ex-military vet explaining why vets commit so much suicide. We're going to talk about this strange tweet that was viral for a minute a couple of days ago concerning trans, quote-unquote, women, etc. We're going to actually talk about the Ukraine and Russia situation. We were asked to break that down, so I'm sure the panel and I will be good at breaking that down tonight. All right, so we're about to start the show. On the other side of the show, I'll post the first prompt, and we will begin the discussion. All right, so hang tight.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio. Welcome to the Bitter Medicine Podcast, where it's all about Black empowerment. Our show focuses on Black news and entertainment, arts, science, economics, history, people, and strategies that uplift, empower, and motivate Africans within the diaspora. And now your host, whose favorite color is black, Goku.
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. I am your host, Koku. Just want to remind you guys before we get the show rolling that this show is part of a podcast network called KWAZ Radio. There are other shows on the network you are invited to tune into.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-Black perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Yes. Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. This is the Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze episode. I'm about to drop the first prompt for the night, and I'll also drop the link for anyone who wants to join the conversation as a panelist. So here's the first Shoot the Breeze topic tonight. It says, was CNN presenter Reverend Al Sharpton a gun for hire? And this prompt, the post came with a video, so we'll watch that as well. Let me just drop the link real quick for anyone who wants to join the panel. I see we got Daily Affirmations by Pauline is here. The Harsh Reality Podcast, that's D Webb, says we in here. Lero says peace, loved ones. The pro-Black perspective. was the first one here. He says we in here. So I appreciate you guys tuning in tonight. All right. So the first prompt was CNN presenter Reverend Al Sharpton, a gun for hire. Like I said, this prompt came with a link. I just dropped the link in the chat for those of you who may want to jump on the panel. Let me share my screen so we can check out this video that came with this prompt. Here we go.
Al Sharpton to bring them black talent to their record label, and they would actually pay him for it. He was kind of a gun for hire.
Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for
Engage Al Sharpton to bring them black talent to their record label, and they would actually pay him for it. He was kind of a gun for hire.
Saying what?
Engage Al Sharpton to bring them black talent to their record label, and they would actually pay him for it. He was kind of a gun for hire.
Saying what?
And now let's move on to Al Sharpton. Al Sharpton, I knew, again, back to the mid to the late 70s, the way I originally met him. And by the way, he was associated with other guys in my life. A guy in particular by the name of Danny Pagano, who was with another family, but he was a soldier in that family. And Al Sharpton used to answer to him. So I met Al because I was associated, my dad was associated with a company called Spring Records in the record business. Roy and Julie Rifkin were the two owners. And they used to engage Al Sharpton to bring them black talent to their record label. And they would actually pay him for it. He was kind of a gun for hire. Al, go out and get me some people, some of your black talent, bring it to the record company. If we sign them, we'll pay you for it. So that's how I originally met Al. And if you met Al back then, you wouldn't recognize him. He was pretty heavy set, used to wear warm-up suits, had long hair, gold chains around his neck. He was a character. I don't know how much of a reverend that he was, but he was certainly a character. So we became friendly during that time.
Saying what?
I don't know how much of a reverend that he was, but he was certainly a character. Engage Al Sharpton to bring them black talent to their record label, and they would actually pay him for it. He was kind of a gun for hire.
Saying what?
Engage Al Sharpton to bring them black talent to their record label, and they would actually pay him for it. He was kind of a gun for hire.
Interesting story there. I've heard some of that about Al Sharpton in the past. I'm sure you've all heard about Al Sharpton being an informant for the FBI, etc. I see we got the learning curve in the chat saying greetings. Mr. Untouchable, you've joined the panel. It's just you and I so far tonight. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this prompt?
Respect to you, Koku. Respect to the panel and respect to the chat. Well, Al Sharpton is an old school think man. He has been in I think it's Harlem.
Yeah,
he's a old state in Harlem doing kind of unscrupulous things from back in the day. So I mean, he doesn't really have a good name. I don't think he does in Harlem or anywhere else for that matter. He just is a slippery, slimy guy who they just put out there in particular with black folks to satiate them and quiet them down, quell them down whenever the masses of black people get upset. They just put them out in Front Street. But right now, I don't think it works anymore because the young community they really kind of like they don't really vibe with Al Sharpton. So
yeah. Let's bring D Webb on to the panel. D Webb, how are you tonight?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, I'm good. I'm trying to set my crap up here, but you still in the Al Sharpton joint, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of well known that he was like, mafia, him and I think Diddy too, is from what I heard, That's pretty much how they got on, is being associated, with certain, mob people, and Al Sharpton's a snitch. informant, possible alphabet,
Yep.
side guys. So a lot of these people, that's how they get on. So that's why you have to be apprehensive of all these celebrities, particularly these and also the ambulance chasers. I think Crump got some association with certain people too, so that's kind of how they roll,
Yeah, if you see Crump at a case, just consider that an L. I mean, it is crazy with this Crump guy. Go ahead, do it.
Oh no, I ain't got nothing, bro. I'm done.
Okay. The learning curve in the chat says the easiest way to get free is the enslavement of other people. She said debt is slavery. Lero is here. Greetings to Lero. Lero says, doesn't surprise me. Sharpton has always been moving agent-like. Yeah, that came out a couple years ago. It's known he's an agent type, so to speak. So I'm not surprised by anything.
He's been recruiting though. He has some underlings.
Yeah, this young lady. What's her name again?
I can't remember what her name is.
Yeah.
It's a rapper from New York City too. He was in jail, I think.
Yes.
Yeah, so he's been recruiting for people to replace him. I think he's gonna have Benjamin Crump try to replace him because he's getting up there now. So I guess he wants to pass on his skullduggery.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the Mallory, that's thank you, matron. Mallory, that's what her name is.
Yeah.
But I think
Mallory or something like that.
Tamika Mallory. So I think that right now he's trying to create a group of replacements for him. But they really involved in the same leftist, liberal, Democrat first politics. These people are not to be trusted. So it is what it is, man. But our people are still continue to follow them though.
Who? Yeah. So who's to blame for Sharpton?
We are. He is a bishop or pastor. He has that thing would be what the Black community usually go for, and he's an passionate speaker. When people listen to him, they get into the hype, and everybody likes to crowd around, just like our regular pastors off of the street, man. So we are responsible, if I was to say.
Yeah, also, you even look now, like you were saying before, like our people, man, we get so enamored with these people who we have these connections, and like a guy like Sharpton has all these connections and whatnot. I was even looking like what's that rapper that just got busted and snitched on everybody? Now he's basically back on the scene.
6ix9ine.
Yeah. He ain't get touched. He's back on the scene, and people who are supposed to be prominent, these prominent high-ranking gangbangers or still talking to him, still putting them on, different podcasts and different, interviews to try to get that little shine or whatever. So it's no longer even a code amongst those guys.
Man. It's disgusting now, man. It's just, I don't know. I don't understand this new generation of folks, man, but it's just disgusting. The game is disgusting now.
Yeah, it's no rules to anything no more, yo. It's just like whoever has the better connection, whoever can get you on TV, whoever can get you those views or whatever, you're gonna deal with them, and that's it. That's all. So a guy like Sharpton's been allowed to. He's gonna retire a retired snitch. He's gonna be a retired. That's literally gonna be his. And how does that happen? That would never happen in certain times. Most times you would either met a early fate, or otherwise you would have been like dishonored. Nobody would talk to you. You'd been a pariah. But he's gonna retire a snitch. Yo.
Yeah.
Malcolm X dead. Martin Luther King dead. Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson healthy as a horse.
Yeah. D-Web was talking about 6ix9ine, and I remember watching a bit of this interview with two dudes who was associated with 6ix9ine, supposed to be like gangbangers. I think one of them might have been a rapper also. And I'm watching them talking about like, yeah, we had 6ix9ine around to get our views up. And I'm like, and by the way, I don't condone all that gangsterism type stuff anyway in Black society. But like, I'm like, this is what the street life has become. Like dudes out here worrying about likes and shit on the ground. Like,
it's all about clout, man. It's just clout chasing, bro. It's all about clout nowadays,
That's crazy to me. That's like when I was growing up, and I'm sure D Webb knows all about this kind of stuff because I was in, a different country. But like when I was growing up, you wouldn't think of no dude back in those days, talking about being on the gram and getting their likes up and all that kind of stuff. D Webb, what did you see that thing I was talking about? Where the two dudes, they were associates, like gang leaders or something, around 6'9", and they were out there talking about like wanting likes and.
Yeah,
being a proud rat.
What's that one guy who's always fighting? He's old too. He gotta be close. He's in his mid-40s still trying to gang bang out here. He's supposed to be like a manager. Whack 100. Yeah, he's been touting the dude around or whatever and talking to him and all this other stuff. And it's like it was a point. Like when I was growing up, you didn't even have social media if you was in that lifestyle or whatever, right? You didn't. You would avoid it. Like, and if you did have one, it was you like in church clothes with your kids all the time. Like, it was very clean. Now these guys see this thing as like a way out. Because you can actually get sponsorships with your likes and your views. They see this as the new thing to do, right? This the new way to get out the streets is to become like a YouTuber or a social media person, or even just somebody who they want on all these other other shows or whatever, right? Mm-hmm. So that's their way out now. That's the way they see it. Like the A&Rs now. Don't you remember like back in the day, if you got hot on the streets, the A&Rs would find you and then put you in the studio. Now you get hot on the internet.
Yes.
That's true. That's true.
You get hot on the internet. You don't get hot, and then the streets follow. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's been reversed. So that's what these guys want to do. They want to get hot on the internet, and then they get their fame and they can get off. And it's just sad because it's like no type of value to it, right? Whatever you can say to get your views up. That's why, like, what's this dude, Kanye West, right? Every time he has an album or something dropping, all of a sudden he's crazy again, right?
He's crazy again. Yeah.
Every time. This is just a terrible generation of people, man. I don't get it, man.
Let's welcome Lero to the panel. As we welcome Lero, Bobby Wright is here as well in the chat, saying Habari Ghani, Coco in the panel. Lero, what say you to this prompt?
To Al Sharpton.
Yeah.
We still on that one, yeah?
Yes.
Well, like I said before, Al Sharpton has a known history of moving like an Asian and whatnot, and it's really our fault that we don't pay attention to these things, that we're so like disorganized, like politically, ideologically, just like everything. So we don't notice, when we got folks moving, kind of suspect. We don't even see it as being suspect. So, yeah, but no, nothing that was said in the video surprised me at all. So, yeah.
For the panel, I like to ask this. What is Al Sharpton more representative of? Our bad economics or our bad overall philosophy? Laura, we can start with you if you don't mind.
I would say more so the philosophy, but I think economics plays a part into it as well. Like I said, I don't think we have a clear or at least a collective, agreement on like where we stand politically as a people, especially with all these, different movements going different ways. So, yeah, I think the philosophical side is what's causing Sharptons to pop up.
D-Web, you think it's our economic woes or our philosophical woes?
Economic plays a part, but I think like having a strong culture trumps even economics. Because I've seen plenty of culture groups out here. I've been in the middle of nowhere in deserts and stuff, and they're poor people, they're sheep herders and stuff like that. However, they have a code that if you go against this code, they banish you kicked out of their society. And that's kind of what happens with us, where we don't have this code because we're so disjointed as a group, right? You have so many different groups within that call themselves, pro-black, but yet and still they have their own philosophy and all this other stuff. And a lot of times we're given leaders. We don't really select our leaders. They tell us who our leaders are. And so you get a bunch of snitches and, divestors and people who are, on the other side, and they are not really for us, right? So I think that's part of it. We don't lock it down,
Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
No, I agree with D-Web. I think that our community is in a philosophical war. You know, I think that we went from people like Garvey and X and even Elijah Muhammad to a certain degree, and then you had Cress Welsing and all these other
Mhm.
people. And now you fast forward that to 2020, you see proud rats out here, proud people. You know, you see proud snitches. That mean they taking a microphone and becoming leaders. You see different groups, you know, come out of nowhere, and these Abrahamic groups or what is nationalist these nationalist groups, man, it's insane our community, right? It's just I feel like there's a lot of confusion, but the confusion is an intentional one, and I don't think that it's self-created from our community. Maybe a little bit of it is, but I think that confusion, you know, stems from outside our community. I believe, and I think it's intentionally done.
Interesting. Yeah, I agree with much of what you guys said, man. I think the culture has a deficit that involves a mix of economics and overall philosophy, and I think that's really what causes the Al Sharptons, man. These guys just see that our enemies will gladly fund them and hold them up, and so they'll go that way, and they'll sell out their people for it. We got to start to learn how to check stuff. We also got to learn how to fund the narratives that we ultimately want, or else this white boy is going to fund the people who will push their narratives instead. So, I appreciate you guys' thoughts on that prompt. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze prompt number 2. Prompt number 2 is: did Iron Mike Tyson take one too many blows to the head? There's a video that comes with this. Let's check it out, and then we'll talk about it.
Why is America and the world, for that matter, so fascinated with Mike Tyson? Still,
I don't know. I equated to being a bad slave that's seen the light. You know what I mean? I don't know. Really, man. It's like Nat Turner. That they didn't kill him, and he turned into a born again preacher, and he started catching slaves and bringing them back. I don't know what it is, but it's just.
78 Sports TV here. Shout out to the LDBC. All right. I want to show these clips to the few people who have been, leaving these comments and messages on my Mike Tyson video. And I called him a hater because I was trying to refrain from calling Mike Tyson a coon, even though he is a coon now. I didn't want to call him that because of my own personal bias as him being my favorite fighter of all time. But, it is what it is. Mike Tyson is a coon. He has been for a long time. He sold himself. He sold his soul. Okay. And the thing is, Tyson in this footage, basically, if you pay attention to the wording, he admits that people like him now because he was the bad slave. Okay. He was the bad slave who saw the light. All right. So first he's a rebellious slave. He's a revolutionary. He's angry about the condition. But now he's seen the light. Now he's happy. Now he's going along with the program of the master, right? He also says that when he was asked, um, why do people like him or whatever, he brought up Nat Turner. He said it's like I'm like Nat Turner, but we're in reverse. You know, instead of Nat Turner killing people, what if he would have brought them all back? Brought all what if he would have brought all the runaway slaves back home? And this is what he's equating himself to. He's equating himself to a black slave catcher. So this is why Mike Tyson is hating on Deontay Wilder. And for anybody who didn't know, this is why. I didn't want to say nothing about it, but it is what it is. This is what Mike Tyson has been reduced to. A man who used to represent strength, power, okay, and has been reduced to this. The man has been reduced to hating on his brethren constantly and trying to constantly make someone else happy and make someone smile and pat him on the head. This man used to, look like, and give you the aura of invincibility and masculinity and strength. Now he's laying down with his legs spread open. You know what I mean? This is what he does now. You know, he has been reduced to a joke, to a feminine character. you know, to like a clown. People used to fear Mike Tyson, and now he's a joke. You know what I mean? He'll say anything you want him to say for the check. That's what he's been reduced to, you know? So just want to put that out there for y'all, man. This is from his words. This is not me just, you know, I ain't got no reason to hate on Mike Tyson or to make up no shit about my favorite fighter of all time. But that's what this man is right now. You know, Mike Tyson has sold his soul. And he told you himself. This footage came from like 3 years ago. And I first seen it live on television when he said it. And I couldn't believe it. I could not fucking believe it. I'm like, what the fuck happened to Mike? Right? But since we having this conversation now, you know, I'll put it out there. 70 Sports TV. Shout out to the LDBC. I holla.
I think it was really financial issues going on here. I didn't want to do this stuff.
That shit is sad and funny at the same damn time. So the prompt says, did Iron Mike Tyson take one too many blows to the head? You know, during this video, they talks a lot about like Mike Tyson represented the power and strength, but that power and strength to me was never directed towards like an African centeredness or, you know, a blackness of anything, you know, by Mike Tyson. So really, did Iron Mike Tyson take one too many blows to the head? Let's welcome Kevin Carre to the panel. Kevin Carre, what say you?
Hey, greetings. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think Tyson's gonna be Tyson no matter what. But a couple of years ago, I forgot when we were in college. I think when he first got out of jail, there was like an interview. He was like on national TV, and he's like, "Yo, look, that's my man over there, man. Me and that man used to rob people together, running his mouth, all that stuff." To me, he's kind of what's the word? Wait. God, I'm sorry. I just got in, so I'm kind of toning down. But what's the word when you're he's kind of random a lot of times. You never know what you're gonna get with Mike Tyson. But the thing I'm noticing, what's next for Tyson is him being in a dress next, man. You know. But what can I say, man? Tyson.
Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
No, if I was to use a term for Mike, you know, the mighty Mike Tyson, you know, I think that he's buck broken. You know, I think that mentally, well, maybe he was always that way because of his background, you know. And if you think about a slave plantation, they used to take the biggest, strongest buck, and they used to in front of all the other slaves, they used to set an example. You know what I mean? To tell the other slaves, well, this could possibly happen to you too. You know, and I think that mentally they played a game with him. And I just, like he said, it's in his own words. He said he used to be. Now I am this. I'm the kind of guy who would bring the slaves back to the plantation. They did the same thing to Mandela, I might add.
Yes.
You know, with Mandela, when initially before he went into jail, he was a revolutionary. When he came out of jail, he was an integrationist. He forgave the whole Boer government, but he couldn't forgive Winnie Mandela. What type of shit is that? So for me, I feel like, and I don't. I go easy on people like Mandela because I've not been in a situation like that for 27 years. Who knows what they could have done to him psychologically? But this man was a free man. You know what I mean? So instead of, I don't know, I feel like to a degree he's a little bit buck broken, if I could use the term or borrow the term from whoever. But you know, it's sad that he came to this place right now, but he's making money for his family. He's going to be a safe Negro for the masses now, you know, everyone to look up to now, I guess. But I feel like he's a little bit buck broken, if I could use the term.
We got Marcus McGee in the chat. Marcus McGee says, I mean, he sees a white man as his dad. The black man over him robbed him. The learning curve said Mike represented the untamed brute. We are watching the slaying of a brute and virtue signaling to white supremacy. We got Ozuli in the chat. Ozuli says the man who saved Iron Mike was a white man. The man who destroyed him was a black woman, the black boxing promoter. Learning curve says, see my response about how to get free, or her earlier response on how to get free. I want to thank all you guys for joining us tonight in the chat. Thank you for your comments. D Webb, what say you to this?
Well, I mean, Tyson to me is kind of a nuanced case, man. because he at the time we was in the Nation of Islam, and and then after that he started tap dance a little bit, was getting movie deals, and you know what I'm saying. He's like a case study for basically white people studying him, man, because he's this physicality, this brute, you know what I'm saying. But the man has demons, yo. He was basically abandoned by his family, given to white people. He basically was given to white people who saw his physicality and basically used him to get rich. You know what I'm saying? Used him. He was like 14 years old fighting in underground clubs, grown men, knocking them out, so this dude here is so eaten up, yo. I don't think you can make a case about Mike Tyson, because this dude right here has been through more than probably a lot of people have been through, right? So I'm not finna go all hard and be like, oh, he tap dancing, but the dude is jacked up, man. Like the guy's jacked up, and like they said in the chat, the reason he was in prison at the height of his career is off a black woman, her accusation. Whether it's true or not, I can't say, but that's why he was in prison all those years. You know what I'm saying? He was as a youth, like a black gang basically had him out here robbing other black people and stealing and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think you can just make a case and be like, oh, Mike Tyson is cooning because it isn't. Mike Tyson is a jacked up soul, man. The man still probably fighting demons to this day. I think he had a kid die.
Yes, a 4-year-old kid
in a tragic accident a few years ago, and all this, and now, so I'm not gonna be like, oh, he's cooning, because this dude probably needs several decades of mental health services. You feel me? So I don't know, it's hard to say. Like I said, but because he's such a physicality, he had everybody enamored with just the way, and he's like 5'9", yo. He's not a big dude at all, yo. He's like 5'9", 5'10". He was a heavyweight, knocking out dudes that was 6'3", 250. So he was like a freak of nature to watch, and that was kind of his downfall. So rather than get probably the mental health services he probably needed, he was out here actually getting paid for being this brute, being this physical specimen these people can watch. So it's like at this point in his life, he probably just wants peace, man. He probably just wants to smoke some weed, be liked by the masses, and do whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if I can, just condemn the man like that.
Azuliism in the chat says they all tap dance. Ali too at some point. Kevin Curry, how do you feel about this this Mike Tyson stuff?
Yeah, next. I don't really care. I got more important things to do.
Mr. Untouchable, you get the last word.
No, I like D-Web was saying, he just wants peace. Clip his nuts off and put him out the pasture. No, that like they used to do. You know what I mean? Clip his nuts off and put him out the pasture. He's been emasculated, and in that video, if you watch that video, he's showing his ass to the world, man.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like, it's like, it's like he's telling the world and to me. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel a way about it. Like the brother was saying, I'm not gonna judge him because I have not walked in the man's shoes. But from what I could see, I wouldn't want to be around that cat, for no length of time. But that's just me.
Let's welcome Urzuli to the panel. Urzuli, you've watched the video, you've heard the opinions up here. What do you say?
I'm kind of with D-Web on this. Yo, Mike Tyson, ever since his inception, he was being mistreated. And then what they showed you, the Casanado, whatever, is the one that gave him the freedom that helped him to become who he was. Was that good? Was it a good thing? I don't know. But what they did when they see men like Mike Tyson, that brute force, that brute power, they want to control it. They don't want to let it think on its own. Because if it thinks on its own, it's a problem for them. So Mike Tyson, that brute force, that pure masculinity genetically was a problem. They had to harness that power for their own benefit. So Mike Tyson been through a lot. Mother left him, all of this, all of that. So how could we be mad at him when we didn't cherish him when he was young, when we threw him out? So now what is he supposed to do? He's in his 50s. Yo, people get tired of fighting. When Tyson went to jail, a lot of people turn their back against him, and he's the promoter, Don King. The worst of all, his own people robbing him. And then, like D-Web said, he lost his kid a while back. I mean, yo, sometimes you're just trying to be like, what's the African proverb that said, the unwanted child will come back and burn the town? I don't know if I'm saying it right, but
just to feel its warmth.
Yeah, it was like Tyson is Killmonger, but Killmonger was different. You know what I'm saying? Like, what do we expect? Like, maybe I'm biased toward Mike Tyson because I really like Mike Tyson, but yeah, is he cooning now? Hey, what can I say? What did you do to prevent him from doing that?
Right.
What did we do? When he was going crazy and talking crazy during his press conference, what did most black people say? Oh, he crazy. Oh, Mike Tyson. They shit it on him. So now all of a sudden, when Mike Tyson bit the Holyfield's ear, everybody turned on him. But they didn't realize that Holyfield was headbutting him throughout the shit. Did you know that Mike Tyson had to be drugged to fight some of these fights that he lost? Because they wouldn't fight him pure without his medications?
Wait, for real?
Yeah. When he fought, what's that guy name? The one from England.
Oh, Lennox Lewis is my guy. That's my guy.
I just think he's a bum. Like, he got lucky. He caught Mike Tyson at the end of his. Yo, all these people didn't fight Mike Tyson raw.
Talking about Lennox Lewis.
Yeah. The only person that even Buster Douglas, but when you watch the mask, Tyson beat him. When Buster Douglas fell on the floor, the count was to 10. But you know, this boxing promotion, a bunch of thieves anyway.
Right.
So I understand, like, Mike, yo, maybe I have a soft spot for Mike or whatever. Cause yo, the kid was just a kid, bro. Like, we all suffer from childhood trauma. Like, Tyson is suffering a lot from childhood trauma. So I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say maybe he's doing that, but I can't throw Mike out like that, man. There's too much shit that a lot of these we throw our own to the trash. We build them and we help these people destroy our own. But I don't know. I get what that video is saying. He is, but what do you expect out of somebody full of trauma? Freaking Ali did that.
And there's no retirement thing for boxers, right? It's like you said, like, what is he gonna do in his 50s if he no longer can knock people out, right? He no longer can, go in the ring and perform like he did when he was 20s and 30s. We have thrown him out, because he's no longer entertaining to us or whatever. What you expect these people gonna do? They're gonna go on to these panels. They're gonna go on CNN and ESPN. The people who could pay them in their older age and get their chips.
And remember when Mike Tyson went on that Canadian
talk
show? Yeah. And the black freaking Mike Tyson was promoting his one man special, which is a brilliant special.
Yeah,
Mike Tyson did a great, phenomenal job, and this guy was on there bringing the rape allegation back in front of everybody. The man spent 5 years in jail. Whether it's true or not, he paid for his thing. I'm not saying whatever, but the black community destroy its own for crumbs and cookies. So now y'all want to be Mike because Mike is doing the same thing? Man, fuck y'all. Not y'all personally.
That's all right. That's all right. My position is this. You know what I mean? I can't really feel this man after you came out of jail. He had like $200 million. Okay. Now that's despite the fact that before we went to jail, he was dealing with hundreds of millions of dollars. Right now, I understand that Mike Tyson is a boxer, but you don't only have to be a boxer. You know what I mean? In your downtime, you should. I know you say that he's psychologically damaged. He could have gotten help, and he could have put himself in a position just like Customato. Customato had a nice home where he was living, and he lived a nice, quiet life. Mike Tyson didn't want to go that way, even though he said that was his teacher. But if to blow a $200 million buy, it's like these NBA players dating these whores or marrying these whores and losing after they lose $100 million. These whores leave them. And
well, I got to dispute that a little bit, man.
Let me finish though. Let me finish and I'll let you go.
Go ahead, bro.
Yeah. And I understand. Like I said, I understand he has psychological errors and he has personal feelings. But I don't know, man. I find it very difficult to look at a person who had that kind of bag and just let it go like that and say, oh, now the whole world should feel sorry for him because he has to take a check from white society after he gets a certain age. Many people can't spend $200 million in their lifetime, man. Many people.
Give up.
Yeah, like we gotta keep in mind that, you know what, Hammer blew through 30 million in 2 years. This dude didn't have he was basically illiterate. This dude did not finish any kind of schooling. So to sit there and think he's gonna have this money consciousness to make anything last. Secondly, I know people who, like, back in the day was like locked up with Tyson, like in that prison. He had to pay people off, yo. Despite him being the big tough boxer dude or whatever, it was a lot of gangs. Yeah, it was a lot. He had to buy dudes. It was dudes in the hood with Rolls Royces that Tyson had to buy because he owed them from prison. Because, like I said, he was a celebrity, yo. I don't care how big and bad you is, 30 people jumping on you is gonna win. So he had to pay his way out of that because, like, he owed debts when he got out of prison. So I don't know if that 200 million is accurate once he got out. You know what I'm saying? At all. Not to mention he got robbed by Don King. So I dispute that a little bit, but like I said, you put a lot on that man's shoulders to say, like, this illiterate boxing brute who's been trained to do nothing but destroy people in the ring, right, is gonna have this financial literacy to just not go through money. Like, what's the percentage of millionaires who, like, win the lottery and go broke 5 years later? It's like 80-90% of them people. So, and to sit here and say this dude has the financial literacy to make money last, you know, it's like, nah, I don't believe so. I think you put a lot of pressure on that dude. You know what I'm saying? So I like I said, I'm not gonna sit here and shed a tear for the brother. You know what I'm saying? He made his own bed. He has his own life. He's a grown man. At a certain point, you have to, you know, engage in wisdom and pick up knowledge and find your path or whatever. So I'm not gonna excuse what he's doing, but to sit here and say that, you know, we shouldn't feel any kind of way. Like, there's a lot of people that run through a lot of money very quickly, and it's because we're not given that knowledge. And I had to find a lot of stuff myself, you know, even though I nowhere near no Tyson money, but nobody told me about FICO scores. Nobody taught me about loans and, you know, APRs and things like that. Stuff I had to pick on my own. So I think that's a failure on the community as well. Is like, we don't educate enough.
Let's hear from Lero. Lero, what say you to this?
Well, I'm not gonna lie, like, I don't really pay attention much to celebrities. I don't watch sports. But I have seen some concerning things about Mike Tyson. But as others have said, you know, he does have a troubled past, you know what I mean? So I guess I'm gonna, you know, give him a little grace because, you know, he has been through a lot. So that's my piece on it.
KW Don 7 in the chat says Mike Tyson was never the same after his conviction. The Learning Curve says this is a community failure. We substitute mental health services for the community. Responsibility we should display. The Learning Curve goes on to say it's disingenuous to demand that a left behind person makes rational decisions. She says he was illiterate and alone. The system used him up and threw him away. And I think that's really, I mean, that's the best summary of that whole Mike Tyson thing, right? He like D-Web said, naturally talented. They exploited that. You know, they didn't care that he was illiterate. They didn't care what would happen after they couldn't exploit that talent anymore. And so he has to go into survival mode. He has to figure out what's the best lane to take to survive. And of course, because we don't have systems set up, we don't have that unity, we're not working together to build institutions of our own, etc. He goes to the you know, the sure thing, which is, you know, really the enemy of our folks, man. But that's who's gonna pay him. Go ahead.
One quick thing. I used to do a program in the Bahamas called Read Bahamas, where I used to teach adults how to read. Okay, and I found that there are many Bahamians who don't know how to read, but the few that did come in, they actually had the human curiosity to try to develop themselves. And I think that sometimes, even if we've been thrust in good circumstances, I know a lot of millionaires right now in the Bahamas who didn't graduate high school. You know what I mean? They don't know nothing but but the seventh grade, you know, but they've been able to put themselves in a position of privilege. And in their downtime, they would find themselves in certain places where they would try to inform themselves, get the information that they didn't get from when they was very young. You know what I mean? Human curiosity will do that. Like R. Kelly saying that he has reached a point to where he reached and he doesn't know how to read and manage his own personal finances. I'm asking, where's your own human person, your own human curiosity as a human being on this planet? You don't ever consider that? I don't know. It's just my perspective has been a little bit different.
I actually agree with that.
Yeah, my perspective has been a little bit different. And I know personally firsthand people who have been trying to improve themselves even as adult people, even people who have great responsibility, great money, and great assets and wealth. This is what I've seen and experienced. So I don't really feel so sorry for Mike Tyson because I'm sure he had one moment of clarity in his lifetime to say, hey, I need to catch up on this a little bit. I have all this money coming through my hands and I don't know where it's going. You mean to tell me that question has never gone into his mind before? I don't know. So I don't feel the sorriness or pity. Well, I can't pity a man who's a multi-millionaire. He's still, but I don't take the same view as the rest of the panelists with this issue.
No, I will actually say, just 1 second. I'll say that I actually agree with what Mr. Untouchable says. It's consistent with things I've said in the past. You have the responsibility, in light of your situation, you still do have the responsibility to build yourself. You know, we all reach these various ages of reason. And so you definitely are faced with that option of staying in the dark or putting in some work to enlighten yourself. You know what I mean? Urzuli, you go ahead.
Well, I disagree with some of the things that you just agreed with, because when Tyson's making all this money, just like a top running back, you know they surround you with their people, right? That's why a lot of the time you see a black football player and he's dating Caucasian women or Hispanic women. Yo, they take away everybody that could put a spark in your head to do this and to do that. Tyson was helping a lot of people with his own money, whether we want to say he was not, like D-Web said, the boy was 19, a multimillionaire. And sometimes what people don't understand in psychology, you stay in that mentality of your childhood trauma. It's funny how we don't. This is the thing I can't stand. Because the guy was a multi-millionaire. You don't know how many people Mike Tyson helped. So, and again, we say Mike Tyson is broke. Mike Tyson may be broke for his standard. Mike Tyson probably still got money right now. So I'm saying this is that. I'm not saying Mike Tyson shouldn't have. There's a lot of programming that goes on.
Yeah, but Urzuli, you don't think it's just a human tendency at some point to question your limitation and to want to improve upon, the areas of understanding that you lack?
What is improve? You have your multi-millionaire, you got everything you want. That works against you sometimes. Tyson had everything he wanted. Tyson had everything he wanted, bro. Everything, women, money, he could fly this and that. Anything that the society told him was the best thing to achieve, he achieved it.
Yeah, he had everything he wanted, but not what he needed.
Well, what do we? So who was there to tutor that young man? You see when Malcolm X was trying to get close to Muhammad Ali, what happened, right?
Yeah. He could have bought help though. You don't think
that
you don't think that he would have wanted to understand the checks that the contracts that he was signing his name to? You don't think that he would want to understand all the monies?
If you're looking at your own people, you're thinking how my own people is gonna rob me because Castaneda didn't rob him. It was the black man that robbed them.
The problem is you keep on using this term, my own people. Just because a person is black like me, that does not make him.
He was 19.
That does not make him my brother, though, Azuli. Just because a person black don't make him my brother. You don't understand.
I understand everything that you're saying, but we're looking at Mike Tyson to the age of a 40-year-old something. 40 or something like that. But okay, I don't know,
We just
man.
disagree, bro. We just disagree. That's
Let's
okay.
let's welcome in the matron. We haven't seen the matron in a while. Matron, what say you to this prompt?
Greetings. I said a lot of what I had to say in the chat, but I think that we have to recognize we have a lot of rugged individuals in our community. And there is a point at which accountability and personal responsibility comes into play. But right now, today, we have people living in conditions that are unacceptable, and they can't even see it because they're living hand to mouth. And living hand to mouth or living to have your own personal pleasures satiated or edified without any financial education is something that a lot of people get caught up in. And your ability to generate money doesn't change that. So, yes, he was wealthy by our standards. Yes, he's had a lot of their quote unquote dollars processed through his hands, but he had no community. And every failure that he's experienced and that we see in his behavior is a failure in our community. And so, yeah, he's trying to live his life. He's trying to support himself the best way he know how. And he's went to the people that have historically shown him some sense of community, or at least given him an opportunity to build himself up.
Is this one of the biggest problems in Black society, that we just don't understand that if you don't create that economy, intertwined with that philosophy, that you'll always be on the losing end of stuff? Is this our biggest problem? Let's start with Kevin Carr there.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question? I'm sorry. I didn't hear it.
The question was, is this kind of thing our biggest issue? The idea that we don't understand that if you don't have an economy wrapped in a philosophy, that you have to pay the people to be your thinkers, to be your talkers, that this will always happen. Like, this situation with Tyson, where he lends all of his credibility, his manhood, his masculinity. He like, it's all going to, this machine, this enemy of our community.
That is one issue. Yeah, the other issue is, as I said, the mentality. We got to change our mentality. I said this many times. We got to get away from the outsider's mentality and come to our own. We can't keep thinking like that. I think there was a first prompt of last week we're talking about the communism, and I forgot what country it was. I'm like, why can't we just create our own ideology?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. It's one thing, but there's many other nuances to it too.
Razuli, what say you? Is this the main, issue that we have? We just don't have that realization.
At the end of the day, Mike Tyson made this money. All this money is created by the people, by the people who, still to this day, don't have our best interests at heart.
Mm-hmm.
If you have to go to them for your economy, either you're gonna have a majority of people are gonna have to yield to their demands.
Yep.
So I'm sorry, I can't say. I'm not saying that Mike Tyson is not, but I'm looking at the trauma that Mike Tyson went through. That's my situation. This dude went through a lot of trauma. Can you imagine your mother gives you up? Yeah, did you know that this is the same thing that happened to DMX? Like, come on, y'all. Like, this is so crazy that Black people don't understand freaking trauma of childhood. Your mother abandoned you. What's the worst thing that could do? Your mother's supposed to be there to protect you. Maybe I have a soft spot for Mike, so that's what it is.
It's untouchable.
I sympathize with Mike Tyson's trauma, but I have an immigrant. Well, when I was in the United States, I have an immigrant background. Okay, so some people, and I know immigrants, some people get on a boat in the middle of the night and can't see where they're going, and they lose not only their mommy, they lose their daddy and their sisters, and they will probably be the only person to make it to the other country. And they make something out of themselves, despite the fact that they come from a traumatic circumstances. All of us whether we want to admit it or not, have troubles in our life. Some of us more traumatic than others. You know, what makes a man who faced traumatic situations be great and another man be not so great? I don't know. Maybe we ain't all created equal.
Bro, it's not that. It's not that. It's statistics. Some people are gonna make it. Some people are not. What are you
Right.
talking about?
No, I'm talking about the fact that you mentioned the word trauma because he come from a traumatic situation. There are many people who come
Sorry.
from traumatic situations. There are many people who came from traumatic situations and have been able to develop themselves and do the things that they need to do. His situation may be different. I'm just looking at the video with a grown ass man with his showing his ass to the world, and I take a particular view about that. Maybe we disagree. I like Mike Tyson when he was fearsome too. I still kind of like Mike Tyson, but I think that I don't share the same sympathetic view that you do. We have differences in opinion. That's okay. But I do agree with Matron when she talks about having a sense of community, and he should have had to have a sense of community, a stronger community around him that would have protected him. We agree on that, Matron. So that's where I am in Mike Tyson. I'm not trying to judge the man. This is a talk show, talk podcast. We are just commenting on certain things that we see, and it's my opinion.
In the chat, Marcus McGee says we send all our talent to other communities. That's our problem, really. Let's go ahead and go to Shoot the Breeze, topic number 3 tonight. Topic number 3 is Bridgewater, New Jersey police arrest a black teen, another white boy who started the fight. The black teen's white friends did not even come to his aid. This came with a link as well. Let's check it out. The video. So, video of New Jersey officers breaking up teens' mall fight raises concerns about racial disparity. Let's check out the video.
An investigation is underway into whether police officers treated 2 teenagers differently because of race while responding to a fight at a New Jersey mall. Video shows the boys throwing punches at each other while inside the Bridgewater Commons Mall. When officers arrived, they placed the fair-skinned teen on the couch, but they pinned the black teen to the floor, kneeling on his back to handcuff him. That boy, 14-year-old named Kai, who asked that we not use his name, told us the fight broke out when he had stood up for a friend who was getting picked on by the other teen. His mother wants the officers fired. NAACP New Jersey Conference says they should be removed from the police force pending an investigation. The governor also spoke out today.
Although the investigation is still gathering facts, that I am, and I want to reiterate, I'm deeply disturbed by what appears to be a racially disparate treatment in the video.
In a statement, the Bridgewater Police Department said in part, quote, "We recognize that this video has made members of our community upset and are calling for an internal affairs investigation."
Time now for our first alert forecast. Temperatures will get warmer, but we're also looking at a chance for a snow squall.
All right. So apparently from the story, some white boys get into a fight. The black teen who's around them, some level of friend or whatever, a friend of a friend who's around them, he gets thrown to the ground, pinned down or whatnot. The white boys just get, sat down. And so this is a problem. I honestly don't see the problem here. But Ozuli, what do you make of this story?
First of all, I have a problem with this anchor saying, "Oh, the fair kid, the fair-skinned kid."
Yeah.
Did y'all notice how he said the fair-skinned kid and didn't say it was a white boy or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
But at the end of the day, like this looked like a setup. I don't even believe this shit is true or whatever. It looks funny style when I looked at it. But what do you expect? Like, what do you expect? How long this been happening, bro? Like, what do we expect out of this? Like, what? I want to know who he was defending. It probably wasn't even a sister. But hey, neither here nor there. But what do we expect? Oh, we're gonna look into it. All BS. Yo, this is the same thing that's been happening, bro. Is there a police force? Yo, I don't know what to say about that. It is what it is.
The pro-black perspective in the chat says, standing up for a white kid shaking my damn head. Lero, what say you to this?
I mean, it's not really surprising of the officer's reaction. I mean, it is kind of surprising that Buddy's, around a bunch of other white kids. You know what I mean? That's kind of a dangerous situation in itself. Though some don't see it that way. To me, it is. Want to be the fly in the milk. I mean, I don't know, but I feel like some of his friends should have done more around him. They all kind of seem to just sit there and just watch him, get kind of mauled on by this cop. So, pick better friends. He needed a group of friends around him for real.
Daily affirmation by Pauline in the chat says the white kid was taunting another kid. The black boy stepped in to take up for the kid being bullied. The white kid pointed his finger in his face, and that is when the fight started. Okay, so that's a little bit more context here. Kevin Conway, what say you to this?
All right. First of all, I blame the parents. That city, from what I researched, is only 3% black. Of course, those cops are gonna put that white kid on the seat and put their knees on that black kid's neck. It kind of reminds me of what I'm seeing right now. I'm looking at this thing, what's going on, in Ukraine. You have all them Africans. They're trying to go into Poland, and they're being blocked. They're telling me, yo, you're gonna stay here and die. The hell with you. We're taking care of our own people.
Yep.
That's what we gotta be on from now on. Excuse my language, but fuck these people. Enough is enough. If you want to go and get killed in that town, that's on you at this point. That is on you.
Matron, what say you?
Increase your situational awareness, and intersectional awareness should not create intersectional priority. So yeah, that might have been your friend, but that was some white people shit. Why wasn't you just minding your black business? Oh, because you were taught that in your home life and in your situation that it's okay to go stand up for your friends that aren't going to stand up for you. It's just stupid.
Yeah, we're seeing this, Kevin Curry mentioned, and we'll talk about it before the show's over. You're seeing this thing with the Ukraine going on with Russia. You're seeing black folks just out here, not minding their business, and black folks who were in the Ukraine, getting their asses handed to them at the border. It's like, you should have been understood that's not the place to be. And about 2 years ago, you should have been understood, even if we were here, we should get up out of here. And then you run to another white nation like Poland, hoping that they care. Like, it's just ridiculous. We got Coach Pete in the chat saying, bless up, fam, good. D Webb, what say you to this prompt?
I agree with what the rest of the panel been saying. Like, what do you expect? You know what I'm saying? The writing is on the wall. We keep replaying the same movie over and over again at this point. And even to was it Kevin Carrady said 3%, or was it Mr.
Yeah.
And so it's like, yo, I'm from Chicago, which is like a third black. And the police used to beat our ass on the road. I didn't even know it was unnormal for the police not to beat your ass. Like, I grew up thinking that was like, no, it's cops and robbers type deal. Like, yo, you do something and police chase you and they beat your ass. That's kind of the way it goes, right? Even Ferguson, I think Ferguson's like 70% black. When Mike Brown was killed, it's like 60% black. You know what I'm saying? So this is not just limited to just like places where it's not black people at, but to the prompt where it's like, oh, he got white friends and all this other shit. It's like, honestly, yo, if you're in this American society, these youth don't care about that, yo. They're going to school where they taught that we all need to be equal, and they sit at the lunch table with all the different friends of different ethnicities. I go to the gym on the regular. The ball court is full of people, different mixed ethnicities and things like that. These kids don't care, yo. They kicking it with whoever they want to kick it with. And they have these multiracial fucking cliques that they got going on these days or whatnot. And it's mostly us sitting in rooms talking about, building societies. And it's not like I don't teach my kids, you know what I'm saying? What's up? You feel me? But it's just what they do, man. If you're in this American society, your kid is going to be somewhat of integration. They're going to have to integrate with the society at some point, otherwise be a pariah. You know what I'm saying? And it just is what it is. So of course this kid is in Jersey. He's gonna have like a mixed crew of people, and even black people stand around screaming it. I've seen so many videos where even George Floyd, the whole thing was black people standing around while this man's being choked out. You feel me? So we can't just limit it to that. It's like black people do it all the time, yo. They sit around and record you being killed. Sit around, record you dying. You feel me? So that's a society kind of problem to me. Like a lot of people don't do anything when things like this is going on. And it was the white kids was remarking, if you watch the video, they like, oh, it's racial, it's a racial bias. You know what I'm saying? Like even they know what's up. You feel me? So it's like at a certain point you have to realize what's going on and adjust accordingly. You know what I'm saying?
In the chat, Daily Affirmations by Pauline asks the question, but if your black kid is being bullied and a white kid stands up for him, won't you appreciate the kid saving your kid regardless of color? Mr. Untouchable, what say you to that question?
I agree with her. I wouldn't want my child to be safe. I would want my child to be helped if he was in a difficult circumstance and I wasn't around. I think that black kid got the best of that white kid, though. And I think he got the best of him. I would hope though that the teen's father is aggressive towards the policeman who wrestled that his kid to the ground as he was, and jumping in and protecting and trying to save another person. You know, I would hope that his dad is just as aggressive with them. Maybe not physically, but I guess in the legal system and trying to go to the courts. You know, he needs to really pursue them and go after them as much as he can. You know, I don't like to see crap like that, man. But I would say though that the kids they do have a view of being all together. You know, this new generation. However, you know, at a certain point, there's a reality check that I feel happens after a certain age. You know, in particular when they get into the real world and have to deal with real world situations and real world consequences, there is a separation, because we could want to integrate with them when we're young, but their society at a certain point says, no, you know, the line is going to be drawn right here and you are not to cross it.
Matron, Daily Affirmations by Pauline says, but if your black kid is being bullied and a white kid stands up for him, won't you appreciate the kid saving your kid regardless of color? What say you to that question?
I absolutely would appreciate that, but they have different resources and the power dynamics are different. Like we talk about going to get a lawyer. Do you think that that's inexpensive? We talk about being in a situation where that black kid physically got the best of this non-black child. Do you think that that child and their parents and the resources that they have available to defend the bad actions of their child are a little bit different? It's a little bit different because, yes, I would absolutely appreciate a white child who has more power in the society that we live in defending my black child. But my black child needs to understand that the power dynamic is not the same for us. It's just not the same. And if it is the same, maybe I grew up in Detroit in the 80s. You know what I mean? Like I came from maybe a different culture than some of you. When you grow up here, you grow up to go into debt. The first decision you make is to take out 40 stacks to go get a degree because that's the only way you're gonna get a job. So maybe I'm seeing this different. I don't know.
Urzuli, if your black kid was saved by a white kid, would you appreciate the kid saving your kid regardless?
Hell no. Let my kid go. Nah, all jokes aside, I'm saying that, yeah, of course, I'm not saying that a kid defending the kid was the issue. All I'm saying is, where were the kids when? How come nobody was not yelling at the cops? How come nobody was not? Yo, he defended one of your friends. Where were the kids? Oh, the only person that ended on handcuffs was him.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody said no. Nobody yelled and said he didn't start it. It was him. It was him. He was the bully. Where were those kids? I'm not. I mean, if anybody has a human heart and defends my kid, of course I would appreciate that. Who wouldn't? I'm just saying that, yo, after he did that, he was in there on his own. Everybody split. So that's all.
Was the mother, in your opinion, from the story, was the mother very aggressive?
The mother, the mother wasn't in the. I don't remember. The mother was in the video.
Yeah, there's a mention of the mother being upset about the treatment of the kid and taking it to a lawyer or something of that nature.
Of course, they always get upset, take it and then get a little money, and then they all shut up. So, of course, they're gonna get paid a little bread or here and there. I mean, same story, different day, different year.
And the mother is always aggressive. I find that in these incidences, when these kinds of things happen, it's always the mother who is the person who is speaking or who has the microphone. Granted, some of these people have single mothers and things of that nature, but you never see a black father put out there to be a person to speak on behalf of a child who was mistreated or killed. And I find it to be fascinating because I know they are there, but it's just these people who never receive the spotlight for some particular reason. I don't know. What do you think?
Lero, what do you think?
In regards to like fathers not being put in the spotlight, like for their kids who were harmed by police, wasn't Ahmaud Arbery's father? Didn't he come up and get to talking? But he was kind of like on some coon time, talking about on some all lives matter stuff. He thanks everybody. I think this was after Crump had like won the lawsuit or whatever, so he was getting they bread and whatnot. But he was cooning big time. I believe, I don't want to like misspeak, but I believe that was Ahmaud Arbery's father who got up and was talking loud and stuff like that. But I do notice that mothers are more often chosen. Why is that? I can't really say because I like what's the name just said. I don't think fathers are just like not in the picture. I believe they are, but why they aren't put in the forefront is a good question.
It doesn't fit the narrative. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Expand on that. It doesn't fit the narrative because?
It doesn't fit the narrative because the narrative in America is that we have all of these single black women and they're raising these degenerate black boys and they are trash and should be thrown away. The one that I can think of in recent history was Jacob Blake's father got a mic and he had something to say and he wasn't about that life. And they never interviewed him again. And they tried to demonize Jacob Blake. I don't remember all the different details, but it was like on some bull snot. Okay. Yeah. So, it doesn't fit the narrative to give a strong black man the mic. Okay. They're not going to give Khalid Muhammad the mic. They're not doing that.
But hey, the funny thing is, Matrix, Don Lemon get the mic every night. Every night.
Yeah. Koku.
Yeah.
You know, this remind me of too. Do you remember a couple of years ago in Texas where that girl, the teenage girl in her bikini, was stepped on by that cop? Remember that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What will these people learn? These people don't want you in their community. Stay the F out of there.
Yeah, a 14-year-old who was flung to the ground and a cop sat on her back, knee in her back, and some black kids was around willing to put them up with the cops too, by the way. Yeah, that was an interesting story. In the chat, Coach Pete said it's not about the lawyer, it's about what is right from wrong. He goes on to say the mother's usually in front of the camera because it panders more to the public, in my opinion. You guys think that it's does anyone here think that it's not a part of the white supremacy game, but it's just what tracks well with the public? Who thinks that it's not about white supremacy, it's just what tracks well?
That is about white supremacy. That is about white supremacy. You saw it clear as day right there.
Mm-hmm. Major would say you get the last word.
We just need to own our narrative. Yes, they play both sides of the fence. So, when we talk about like unintended consequences or something like that, their first play is white supremacy. And then it's just like, well, maybe this, maybe that. But it all works in their benefit for the most part until we glitch the system, stop it, establish and control our own social safety nets for each other.
Awesome. Let's go on to Shoot the Breeze topic number is this number 4 already? Number 4 tonight. Topic number 4 is, let me post it in the chat first. Topic number 4 is, are we reaching them, or is this just the smoke? And so there's a video attached here. Let's check it out.
Think people, you can change lifestyle with $10 million in our hood? Stop asking them for. What are we asking them for? I'm not counting your chips, but everybody else is. So you make 200, you make 200, you make 175, you make 150, you make 180. Why don't y'all have your own gym? Why we gotta go to UCLA to work out in LA every time? And my biggest move right now is trying to change as many minds that look like us back into the Afrocentric mindset opposed to the Eurocentric mindset. We're so trained and it's so embedded to have that Eurocentric mindset that worry about myself, worry about me, worry about mine, worry about mine. I'm not going to help nobody else who look like me build up when everybody else do it but us. What bank going to turn us down? We about to build this whole shit out for our community. We're going to build gyms, rec centers, start leagues and all that. Who's going to stop us? We got the money. We don't have the mindset. Our mindset, we'd rather go throw $60,000 in the club, in the strip club. Go throw $60,000 than go feed 2,500 people in the hood. I could have fed my whole community 10 times over with the money I was just late on the bus.
Right.
Because I'm so wrapped into me. I got that Eurocentric mindset. I need this designer jacket. I need these jeans. I need this book bag. I need to be looking like this because the vet's got this. I'm pushing this car. I'm doing. Why? Who am I impressing? I'm not even fulfilled with me. They look up to me. So when they think, oh, this is cool, this is what they saying he did this and that, he did this, he threw soup on the coach or whatever, they think that is cool. Look at what we glorify. Strip club, getting high, setting people up, killing people. Like, look at what we glorify. And they put millions and millions of dollars into this. Record labels put billions of dollars into this and sell. And we still get raped off of entertainment.
Yeah. You guys heard J.R. Smith there, former NBA player. Make sure I start with you. Are we reaching them, or is this just smoke?
I think that we are reaching them a little bit. What we'll be able to do with that, I don't know. But, I think that there's a shift in consciousness that's happening because so many other things are failing in our society.
I kind of think that they always knew this stuff. They just turned a blind eye to it. And now that they're not being nourished by that system anymore, now they feel like they can speak about it. Kevin Carey, what say you to this?
Well, for two things. How should I say this? Maybe his money's running low, and he's like, "Shit, I got to get back in good graces with the black community, man."
Yes.
My NBA career is coming to a wind. And this guy was he was always in freaking trouble. J.R. Smith.
Yeah.
He was at Denver. I forgot what he did in Denver. He came to New York. He won with Boston with Cleveland. But yeah, give that man another few million. He'd go back to cooling again.
Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
Well, from what I knew about J.R. Smith, I used to think that J.R. Smith was a thug, but he seemed to be a person with a brain in his head. Never judge a book by its cover. Never judge a book by its cover. But
yeah,
like the brother Kevin was saying, I do have to wait and see what he actually does. Because it's not about the talking; it's really about the deed. and I have to wait and see what he actually does. But I'm not going to be critical of him just yet. I'll just wait and see if he actually is about that life. But like Matron was saying earlier, when she was saying that it's about community. You know, one man can't take the responsibility. I don't know what that is. One man can't take the responsibility of black issues and the black world upon himself. You know, he needs a community of people who is supporting him and standing by him. You know, so I just feel like he does need that, and he needs to find where that is and see if he could relate to these kinds of people. But as far as where he is, as far as if he may have like some ulterior motive or he's just looking for clout, I have to wait and see. You know, I have to wait and see with him. You know.
I hear you. Yeah, I think you do have to kind of wait and see what the actions are after this kind of rhetoric. Lyra, what say you?
For me, I really liked what he had to say. And one particular thing I liked is he mentioned like an Afrocentric mindset. And I'm not sure what JR's comprehension as far as like Afrocentrism and whatnot, Afrocentricity, but you know, I feel like it's very important because I feel like it's one of our biggest impediments as Black people that we do not address our situations, our issues from like a view of self-agency. You know what I mean? We lack our own worldview, and it's very important that we obtain that for ourselves because I feel like that's where we're making so many mistakes and like missing the mark continuously. Granted, you know, he's a millionaire ball player, so it's like, you know, my expectations are quite low, but I mean, this is something that should be encouraged, and I believe it has potential if he gets the right people around him. You know, it was really good words, you know, and I support it all the way.
In the chat, Daily Affirmations by Pauline says, I believe they got it. They seem to have grown and see the error of their ways. Sometimes we go through heck and wise up. The saying is better late than never. Yeah, I mean, there's something that, again, I tend to believe they kind of learn this stuff early on. They'll never acknowledge it. They learn it early on, and then they're, you know, out from under their paymasters. That's when they start to speak about it, hoping that the Black community would hold them up during that time too. I'm going to go to Mr. Untouchable for the last. Actually, I'm going to go to Mr. Untouchable for the last word on this prompt.
No, I say that respect to the brother, you know, but like I say, you know, we are living at a time of showing and proving, you know, that's the generation I come from. So, you know, words don't really, you know, carry no weight unless you're able to back it up with action. So I have to really wait and see what J.R. Smith does, and then I could, you know, really say, well, I could support this man or no. You know, I have to wait and see. So.
All right. No one else has anything to add. We can go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 tonight. So we're already halfway through the show in terms of topics. Shoot the Breeze. Give me a second here. Shoot the Breeze topic number 5 is Tariq gets completely destroyed. How in the hell is anyone listening to this dude? This grifter single-handedly setting Black people back 100 years. Let's go to the link that was attached.
Then we're just going to blow them up too because we're white supremacists.
And that way, white supremacist country. Go ahead,
Yes. Yes. So the topic is America a white supremacist country? Not only is America a white supremacist country, we live in a complete white supremacist world. The whole entire planet is completely dominated in all areas of activity by systematic white supremacy. Not only is white supremacy a system, white supremacy is a religion, and I'm going to prove that on today's show. And in a religion, there has to be a God, there has to be a devil. White people who believe in white supremacy have made themselves into the gods. Black people are the devil, and there is no beginning or end to this system of mistreatment of Black people. It's a boogeyman concept. In horror movies, you have the boogeyman like Freddy Krueger, like Jason, like Michael Myers. And what makes these movies turn into franchises is that you don't know the origin of these monsters and you don't know how to get rid of the monsters. And that way you can scare people into perpetuity. The white supremacists have done this with systematic racism. Black people are the boogeyman. I'm going to scare you, give me money for the next religious sermon. So that's what I'm going to prove today, that white supremacy is a complete global system that dominates all areas of activity.
All right.
Well,
Go ahead and respond, Jared.
well, I'm fascinated to hear that white supremacy dominates the world. I suppose that means that white supremacy dominates Japan and Korea, China, all of these countries that are being extremely successful and are better than white countries in export balances, in the kinds of standard of living that they're achieving. Seems to me it's a pretty ineffective white supremacy if it's permitting these non-white countries to advance faster than white countries are. At the same time, in the United States, it seems to me that if it is a white supremacist country, it's one in which it is organized strictly for the benefit of whites so that they can dominate and rule over people of other races. I would assume that that's what's meant by white supremacy. Under those circumstances, it seems to me quite contradictory that we have an immigration policy that is reducing whites to a minority. It's difficult to me to understand why whites, if they really want to dominate, they are prepared to reduce themselves to a minority in which they have less influence, less power, less ability to make the country reflect their own character. Also, in a white supremacist society, presumably whites would be on top in all fields. Why is it that Asians have a higher per capita income, much more likely to get into an elite school? Why do even Hispanics, for example, have a higher life expectancy than whites? There are many, many respects in which the United States is not organized in a way that gives power to whites or that results in whites being on top of everybody else. All of these things would be completely impossible if the United States really were organized in a white supremacist way.
Okay, let me address all those things in unison. First, you said if we were in a white supremacist world, places in Asia like Japan, China, and Korea would not be doing better than white supremacist nations. Understand, China, Korea, Japan, and all the Asian nations are completely dependent and under the subjugation of white supremacy. There was an old saying in the United States, you don't have a Chinaman's chance in hell. They are allowed to thrive by white supremacists. They can stop them from thriving at the drop of a hat. As a matter of fact, speaking of Japan, they blew up Japan at one point and then helped them get rebuilt back together. So the white supremacists dominate those Asian nations. Let's talk about Korea. We're talking about blowing up Korea right now because Korea is not playing ball, so to speak, and they just put trade sanctions on North Korea. So they can put sanctions on countries, they can blow up countries, they can do anything they want to countries, could create computer glitches, do anything they want to destroy these nations anytime they feel. They let them thrive, and the operative term is let. Here in America, for a long time, Asians were looked down upon. Then all of a sudden, when they had the civil rights movement in the 1960s, Asians became the model minority because white supremacists elevated the Asians to undercut any type of black progress. So any progress that an Asian nation is doing, they are allowed to. Asians, as a matter of fact, some Asians have been looked at as honorary Nazis by Hitler. He looked at some of them as honorary Nazis. So again, the operative word is allowed.
Gracious. So China is advancing, or Japan has done well, simply because the white nations, I assume you mean the United States, or are Germany, Sweden, Denmark, we're all in it together to let China progress? We're all in it together to let Korea and Japan progress? Or is it just the United States? Are we the top dog, or do we have to consult with anybody else in order to let the Chinese go on to eventually become a larger economy than ourselves?
But we know that China was still dominated and it was colonized by Britain until fairly recently, the economic hub of China.
19th century.
Yeah.
19th century, talking about the opium war. I'm talking about now.
Sir, we're talking about, sir, like in the 90s, Britain just really got their stronghold out of China. So when I talk about white supremacy, I'm not just talking about the United States. I'm having, I can't hear nothing. Hold on.
We can hear you. We can
hear you.
Good? Okay, okay.
Yeah.
I was looking at the playback. Okay.
No worries. Go ahead.
Okay. But like I said, Britain just got their foothold out of China directly. They were directly colonizing it. And they still do economically. They still control the economics, the trade, all of that is because they control the trade. They can put trade sanctions on any of these Chinese, Asian, any of these nations. The white supremacists control directly and indirectly. And the most indirect way they control nations is through trade sanctions. They're doing that to non-white nations all over the country.
Wait. Japan and China both have an enormous trade surplus with the United States and with Europe. They are out-competing us on trade. We are just generously letting them sell more things to us. We are just generally letting them accumulate our assets. We're just generally letting them buy our own factories. This is all just some sort of deep white supremacist plan to make them look like they're controlling us when we're in fact actually controlling them.
Yes, you're controlling them, and the white supremacists are getting a stronghold over there in Asian countries. This is why many of you are over there, especially you white extremists. This is why so many of you are having relationships with the Asian women. You guys you look at some of the big top white supremacist corporation owners, many of these guys, the Rupert Murdochs, all of these people are tied in with these Asians and Eurasians. Look at Trump. Trump has a Eurasian. So there's always been that connection. You allow them to thrive. And you can stop it anytime you want to.
Really?
Oh,
you mean how would the United States stop China from increasing its economy? How would we do that?
Well, you can just put trade sanctions on them. You can stop them by putting trade sanctions on them, or you can just blow them up.
Look, we have tried to put trade sanctions on North Korea, which is a tiny, small economy, and they still don't do what we want them to do. They have continued to develop their nuclear weapons. If North Korea, which is a tiny, insignificant country, can thumb its nose at the United States and continue developing nuclear weapons, despite our telling them not to, it seems to me we have a very, very feeble white supremacist world order.
No, you don't, because they're making threats against North Korea now. They're talking about blowing that place up when the economic sanctions don't work. The white supremacists will just go blow the country up. The white supremacists have two tactics. They have deception and they have violence. And when deception doesn't work, they have no problem going in there with the jackals, the CIA, whoever, to take the people out. That's the MO of the white supremacists, and they've done that consistently throughout history.
Okay, and if the Chinese don't play ball with us, if the Chinese decide that they want to take the Spratly Islands or they want to take the Senkaku Islands from somebody that we think ought to have them, then we're just going to blow them up too because we're white supremacists?
Because the Chinese and many of the Asian countries are playing ball. They are playing ball. They're doing what they're told. And the minute they stop doing what they're told, like North Korea, all of a sudden we see the trade sanctions and we see the nuclear threats and we see the little rocket man talk.
Well, I'm fascinated to learn that by trade sanctions, we can control nations that actually have a huge trade surplus with us. That would be a new one for all the economies.
They have a trade surplus with us because we allow, well, not we, the white supremacists who run the country allowed it. That's why they have a trade surplus.
Now I see, because we permit them to do this, even though it means that some of our businesses go out, all of our jobs get exported to China. We must think that's a great thing. If our manufacturing jobs disappear to China, we must think that's a wonderful thing because we're stupid white supremacists.
Look, a lot of the white supremacists are not that smart, but the main ones are. And I've always said this, the white supremacists are hands down the most smartest people on the planet. And
all right, the white supremacists are the most smartest people on the planet. That's some of Black folks' talking leader right there. In the chat, KW Don 7 says Tariq was Googling for answers. LMAO. He says, who are these white supremacists he's talking about? Bobby Wright is here. He says, this Negro doesn't know the difference between Hong Kong and mainland China. Earlier, KW Don 7 said Tariq Nasheed got washed in this discussion. Lero, have you seen this video before? How do you feel it went down in that little 10-minute piece you saw there between Tariq and Jared Taylor?
Tyreek's a clown for many reasons, but in this video in particular, this is why I do not like the term, and this has been a controversial thing. Some people tell me I'm delusional, but I don't like the term white supremacy. I don't think white supremacy exists. I could go in and I could spend all day trying to explain why I feel that way, but to sum it up, I feel like we suffer from white domination, and that goes back to us lacking our own worldview and that Afrocentric mindset. To combat our issues. There's nobody stopping us but us. What we call white supremacy is really just white organization. They're organized and we're not. They have, their nations are empowered and whatnot, and we are not, and we kind of choose not to be because we don't have the worldview to combat our situations from an agency of self, And so he got schooled and played and made himself look silly. But all in all, this just kind of reinforces how I don't like the term white supremacy at all. And it's a falsehood to me.
Kevin Conway, what say you?
First thing I kind of noticed, you notice how he's speaking respectfully to quote unquote white supremacists. If that was a black person, you tether and all this cursing he's talking about,
Yeah.
Notice is that Jared Taylor, he could barely hold. Like every time the camera went to him, he it's like he wanted to bust out laughing. It's like you see how dumb these Negroes are, and they're following this idiot. And as someone said earlier, he didn't know that China, no one colonized China. It was what you call it, Hong Kong was leased for 100 years to Britain because they won I think the Opium War, that big fight. But I don't know how people follow this guy. This guy's a moron.
In the chat, Bobby Wright says this Negro doesn't know the difference between Hong Kong and mainland China. Daily Affirmation by Pauline says he sounded as if he was grasping. Coach Pete says he is backwards and sounds ignorant. Miss Antoine, what say you?
No, I as watching the video, I got a few things from it. A few things from watching it, despite the content. The first thing is, before you get into a ring, know who your opponent is. Tariq is, I think, he's a guy who's he ain't even finished high school, and he's debating against a scholar, a PhD professor, I think. They are completely unmatched. They shouldn't even be in a ring together. And it's not to say that because you ain't graduate high school, you're not intelligent, because you could read up on a whole lot of different things and inform yourself. But him getting in the ring, he was completely outmatched. And the other thing I realize is don't let your ego cause you to ignore your own personal limitations. He should understand that he should have been in this ring. You know what I mean? He is in a room with a scholarly person. That's not his lane. The reason why he has been able to garner so much support is the people who are fanatical about him. A lot of them can barely read. You know what I mean? They're not really informed people. So that's why they bend the ear to him. The other thing I realize is him speaking the words of scholarly people like Francis West Wilson, when he keep quoting different things, but it seemed that he don't even understand the material of which he was spouting. He didn't understand the material good enough to even explain it clearly or even debate with it. Don't use tools that you ain't really trained with. Use your own tools. Stop quoting other people if you ain't completely understand what their points are and what their ideologies is. And the last thing I realize about this discussion is the importance of listening as opposed to talking. It's almost like Tariq had verbal diarrhea and he doesn't know when to shut up. It's interesting because the guy Jared, all he was simply doing in destroying him was asking him questions. And the guy didn't say, well, he didn't even ask him an alternative question. He just continued to get trapped by answering any question this guy was throwing at him. He was so egotistical and he's suffering from verbal diarrhea so much. And it's like, well, I must say something. sometimes you need to say, well, let me think about that. But I have a question for you. Let me ask you this. He never turned the tables on him. He really should read the what is the Art of War, things of that nature, because he doesn't have the intellectual sophistication to get into this type of ring. And I feel it's interesting though. This guy Jared Taylor wouldn't go debate Umar Johnson.
Right.
There wouldn't be in them kind of debates. And Jared Taylor knows his audience, but Tariq doesn't know his audience. So he'll go into the ring with a Mike Tyson or Lennox Lewis, even though he's an amateur boxer. It's ridiculous, but that's just where I am.
Let's take it to the revolutionary matron. Matron, what do you say?
Okay, so Tariq speaks to a very specific demographic of people that we refuse to talk to on a consistent basis.
What's that demographic?
That's that demographic of people that have maybe gone to school or gone to college. They know some things are wrong, but they can't quite organize their ideas and put it together in their head as far as what the problem is and what the solution is. And because he's entertaining, then they gravitate towards him because they see him on TV. And it's not that I'm trying to be condescending or that I'm trying to talk down, but we don't talk to those people because the reality is that a lot of what he says has a little bit of truth in it. In the book Conquest of a Continent, they talk about the fact that the melting pot of America is that this is supposed to be where the world comes to become white to the exclusion of blackness. And that book was written, authored, and has an introduction by people that organized our oldest living institutions in this country, which are Harvard, Yale, and Princeton, and Stanford. So when they talk about these things, then that's really what they're talking about. That's really what's going on. And that still goes on in our Senate to this day because the colonial borders and land masses, as they're divided today, was not done by the Native people. That's a colonial project. So when you look at Senator Tammy Duckworth, who's from Thailand, who is in that area of the world, who has different types of connections to people in that part of the world, coming over here to be a senator, serving in our military, marrying into white money and becoming white, that's what the melting pot of America is. I don't agree with the title white supremacy. It's a Eurasian projection. It is their attempt to be anti-black because white is an inclusionary status to the exclusion of black. But that's what I got to say.
We should have put Matron in the ring. They should have gotten Matron on that in the ring.
KW Don 7 in the chat says part of the reason that Tariq got washed is he was using Neely Fuller Jr. talking points. He didn't have his own talking points. Do you guys think that that's a big, because he is parroting Neely Fuller? Do you guys think that's why he gets washed? Because it's not an ideology he conceived. It's not one that he really lives. He's just parroting these talking points by someone else. Let's start with Kevin Curry 42.
This man's a chameleon. When we first started watching him, he was like doing lectures, the conscious community. Then he's a rock star, whatever the hell he is. Now he's a FBA lead. First, then he was ADOS in the FDA. This guy doesn't know what he's schizophrenic. Yeah,
right.
This guy's a damn fool.
Matron, do us a favor and name that book again. Marcus McGee in chat was asking.
The Conquest of a Continent, or The Making of Races in America by Madison Grant.
Okay. Thank you very much. We got D-Web back. D-Web, what say you to this?
Yeah, he got washed because he's stupid. He's not a smart man. He's an ex-pimp, yo. He knows how to manipulate words. He knows how to entertain people, and he came across somebody who probably, and the worst part of the video to me is like the dude's reaction when he's talking. He's like, oh yeah, this is easy. Like, what is this dude talking about? Like, he's just repeating buzzwords. He's repeating rhetoric. And you can just tell he's not real. If you watch the Hidden Color series, the Hidden Color series is a great series because of the people he brings on. You know, you got Dick Gregory on there, Francis Rescrelson, Dr. Umar to a certain extent. Like he's bringing on people who actually are very versed in their fields, who know what the hell they're talking about, right? And he'll throw in something. He'll come in and bring himself on in between those segments, like he know what the hell he's talking about, which gave credence to him, like he was this well-read, well-versed dude. You know what I'm saying? I guarantee this dude ain't even read like The Destruction of Black Civilization, which is like conscious 101. You know what I'm saying? Like you could just tell that he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. He's an ex-pimp, yo. He's feeding off what people are reacting to. And at the time he made the Hidden Color series, Pan-Africanism, you know, having pride in being African and your history in that area was hot, you know. And he's seen a shift and he played the shift. Even the FBA whole rhetoric, the FBA whole organization is basically him beefing with Yvette Carnell and making some name up off probably while he's sitting on the toilet, you know, and just like, I need to split off and you know, yeah. And that's what you choosing to call yourself, you know. I had somebody argue with me, the Kathy Young account on Twitter is a very good account, but she had put something up in regards to like, yo, they change your name every so many years, like every decade. You're colored, now you're Negro, now you're this and that, right? And I had somebody hop in my mentions like, yo, but if you Foundation Black American, you ain't got to worry about being none of that no more, because now I said, you was a idiot. You was a damn idiot, yo. The whole post is about they change your name every 10 years, but this is the name that's gonna stick. This is it right here. We didn't hit it right now. We didn't hit gold. This is it. We're foundational Black Americans. I'm like, wow, he's preying on idiots. He is literally preying on idiots, yo. Like what P.T. Barnum says, a sucker born every minute. He's just finding the suckers, yo. And it's sad. And if you watch this, yo, this should be embarrassing for every Black person, yo. This dude just they reactions in the corner of this video while he's talking. It's just like, oh my, this is your greatest mind. This is your greatest thinker. This is part of the reason why, you know, I said earlier, like they give you your leaders, you know, and you're not choosing your leaders, you know. And I think this dude is alphabet too. I think he's profiting as well.
Yeah, I can see Bobby Wright in the chat says that's what he did with Hidden Colors. Took somebody else's material and made a documentary. Yeah, he did. He took the first Hidden Colors is Heavy, Neely Fuller, and Henry Clark, if we're being honest. You know. Matron, I'll give you the last word on this prompt.
We just have to make a space for our people. I know that's like, you know, I know that it's like 3% or 5% or 1%, I don't know. But we have to just continue to produce authentic, honest information. Like even with the idea of the fact that the United States, as we know and understand it today, did not exist until 1959. There were at least 5 states that joined the Union after the Civil War. So we have to continue to produce and put out factual, accurate content and information. And we have to decide if we're dealing with people that want to leave, that want to fight, or just want bread.
Well said. Well said. I think we can move on to Shoot the Breeze topic number. What's this? What was this prompt? This was number 5. Okay. So since this is Shoot the Breeze topic number 5, we're halfway through the show tonight. Let's go ahead and do a station ID, and on the other side, we'll continue with prompt number 6.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast, asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the Pro-Black Perspective, where Black problems are addressed with Black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the Revolutionary Matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Have you ever considered joining KWAZ Radio? Each of our hosts shares their unique perspective with you. You might have a perspective that needs to be shared. If that's true, hit us up at kwaz.radio@gmail.com. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do?
Welcome back to the Bitter Medicine Podcast. This is the Saturday night Shoot the Breeze. I want to pose prompt number 6 right now. I want to thank you guys for tuning in tonight. As always, Shoot the Breeze topic number 6 is how Hillary Clinton underdeveloped Haiti. This came with a link as well. Let's check it out.
Hey, look what's happening in Haiti. You know, Haiti, that the Clintons really screwed over hard. Now their factory workers are in Haiti go on strike, demand higher wages. You remember Hillary Clinton was over there fighting for the minimum wage to be lowered. That's what Hillary Clinton did. She made sure the minimum wage in Haiti was lowered, ladies and gentlemen. So now they're on strike. Police fired tear gas for a second day Thursday in attempts to break up protests by striking workers demanding pay increase at an industrial park in Haiti's capital. The workers employed at factories that produce textiles and other goods said they make 500 gourds, or $5 a day, for 9 hours of work and are seeking a minimum of $15 a day. Their demands come as Haiti has seen a sharp rise in inflation. Poor people can't do anything with this miserable salary, said Similian Luxcalan, one of the workers who joined the protest near the international airport in Port-au-Prince. Strikers used burning tires to block a main road, and police tried to disperse the crowd with tear gas, but demonstrators persisted, ultimately gathering in front of the industrial park that employs them and was shuttered on Thursday. So cops are going to, again, cops are cops no matter where you go. Cops are there to protect the oligarchs and their property. They're not there to protect people or their freedoms. Okay? All right. Telemark Pierre, another factory worker, said salaries haven't been adjusted in 3 years. He said the workers spend 200 gourds a day on transportation alone and said their salary doesn't cover basic needs. He said workers will protest again next week if they don't receive an increase in wages. The Haiti sweatshop uprising continues. These workers are packed in factories where they sew tens of thousands of garments daily for $4 for American retailers such as Walmart, Target, JCPenney, Gap, and Canada's Gildan Activewear. They're finally saying enough is enough, and here's a video of it. So that looks like liberty. That looks like a little freedom. Hillary Clinton's State Department advocated on behalf of the U.S. garment makers to stop the poorest country in America from upping its minimum wage. To me, this is one of the ugliest WikiLeaks revelations. Yeah, that's why they want to kill him. That's why. WikiLeaks Haiti let them live on $3 a day. The U.S. Embassy aided Levi's, who makes the jeans, Hanes Contractors, who makes the underpants, in their fight against an increase in Haitian minimum wage. So that's who the Hillary Clinton comes out on the side of. The exploiters, not the exploited. Contractors for Fruit of the Loom, Hanes, and Levi's worked in close concert with the U.S. Embassy when they aggressively moved to block a minimum wage increase for Haitian Assembly Zone workers, the lowest paid in the hemisphere, according to the secret State Department cables. The factory owners refused to pay 62 cents per hour or $5 a day as a measure unanimously passed by the Haitian parliament in June 2009 would have mandated. And they had the vigorous backing of the U.S. Agency for International Development and the U.S. Embassy when they took that stand. To resolve the impasse between the factory owners and Parliament, the State Department urged quick intervention by then Haitian President René Préval. 2 months later, Préval negotiated a deal with Parliament to create a two-tiered minimum wage increase, one for the textile industry at about $3 per day, and one for all other industrial and commercial sectors at about $5 per day. Still, the U.S. Embassy wasn't pleased. A deputy chief of mission, David E. Lindwall, said the $5 per day minimum did not take economic reality into account, but was a populist measure aimed at appealing to the unemployed and underpaid masses. Yeah, you think? Haitian advocates of the minimum wage argued that it was necessary to keep pace with inflation and alleviate the rising cost of living. For a 20-month period between early February 2008 and October 2009, U.S. Embassy officials closely monitored and reported on the minimum wage issue. The cables show that the embassy fully understood the popularity of the measure. The cables attest that the new wage even had support from the majority of Haitian private sector representatives, based on reports that wages in the Dominican Republic and Nicaragua, those competitors in the garment industry, will increase also. Still, the proposal engendered fierce opposition from Haiti's tiny assembly zone elite, which Washington had long been supporting with direct financial aid and free trade deals. The Haitian cables also reveal how closely the U.S. Embassy monitored widespread pro-minimum wage demonstrations and openly worried about the political impact of the minimum wage battle. UN troops were called in to quell student protests, sparking further demands from Haitians for the end of the 9,000-strong UN occupation. So there you have it. The United States, the bad guys, once again, Hillary Clinton leading the charge of horrible people who are crushing the global poor. And and if you wanted me to vote for her, I was going to have to tell you, no, thank you. I'm not voting for Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, or any other corporatist for the rest of my life. That's all over. I don't care how big of a monster you put up against them. I'm done. And that's what scares the establishment, Jackson, as you know.
Yeah, no, you're definitely a racist and a misogynist and all those things if you don't vote for Hillary Clinton or Joe Biden, who are suppressing minimum wages in Haiti, of all places, one of the poorest countries on the globe, I guess.
Right.
It's crazy. It's crazy. And the thing about that video you showed, the video where you said that looks like a little bit of liberty, all those people protesting, you can always tell the difference between like a CIA-backed color revolution and a real, uprising when they show the aerial, drone footage or the, footage from above the protest. Because usually at the color revolutions, the CIA-backed ones, there'll be like 12 people there, and they'll get like a photo from the ground to make it look like there's a bunch of people protesting. But clearly there you saw a massive uprising, and that's incredible.
That is incredible. So, our hearts go out to the workers in Haiti, but I'm sure the oligarchs in the United States, led by Joe Biden, will find a way to crush them. Joe Biden's a crusher of the worker. Joe Biden is not an alternative to Donald Trump by any means. He is not an alternative at all. In fact, he's worse for a lot of people. He's worse for immigrants, and I'm sure he's going to be worse for those Haitians.
Interesting piece there. In the chat, Bobby Wright says, when Bill Clinton was president, he destroyed the Haitian rice industry by flooding the country with rice from his home state of Arkansas. If Razuli is still out there listening, join the panel, as this has to do with your home nation as well. Kevin Cowray, what say you to this prompt, how Hillary Clinton underdeveloped Haiti?
Well, I only got one. Anyway, she's just dirty. She's very dirt. She's a dirtbag. That's been her MO, and her husband's just as much of a dirtier bag, man. These people are just about money. They don't care about people's lives. They don't care about destroying people's environments. I mean, for God's sakes, didn't she call black people super predators?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. She did. We got Erzuli coming in. Erzuli, what say you to this prompt?
Well, this is nothing new to me. I mean, as a person from that community, I've known this since 1991. This is not new, but it's like this community here, we're all talking about Hillary this, Hillary that. So Haitian people, I had conversation with Haitian people who said Hillary, the Clintons are great. Yo, there's a time then we need to realize that we are our own worst enemy. So people want to ask why Haiti's underdeveloped. There you go. But why is Haiti not coming out of this? Da, 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 da. There you go. There's other unforeseen hands doing underhanded shit down there. Look at this. Five good is nothing. It's like what, $1 in America, probably like 50 cents. So everybody's talking about the minimum wage. So this boiled my skin when grifters like Tariq Nasheed talking about, oh, if they get reparation, it's only for them. You see what your government is doing in these other little countries?
Yep.
No, if y'all getting reparation, we're getting reparation too. We're all Americans technically. So people don't understand how this country could be rich. Also, it's like a lot of those companies are outsourced to little countries where they pay nothing to make whatever they make. They pay nothing to the country. And that same shirt that they made, the Gap makes there for 50 cents, they sell it here for $30 or $40. And let's not forget all the tax breaks they get. But again, this is I can't begin again. When I had the conversation with even Haitian people in the community, when she was running, they all wanted to vote for her.
Really?
Yeah.
Let me ask you a quick question. Is it well known that these companies are in Haiti and, paying $5 a day, $5 a day for all this work? Is that well known in amongst Haitians in Haiti?
I don't know if it's well known, but they know that they've been taking advantage of the people.
Okay, some
people know, but I think a lot of people know. But the thing is, a lot of things when you're getting $5 and whatever you're getting, sometimes when you're in the midst, I don't know if the workers know that's really low. So, but I know a lot of people know, the government knows, they're all selling out the people, man. At the end of the day, Hillary can't do what she does in there if the government is not corrupted. Either way, they choose the government puppets. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So at the end of the day, like, so you think Hillary could do? Like, imagine what they're doing to other countries that we can't put cameras there. But you know what? A lot of Haitian people wanted to vote for her. So I don't know what to say, bro. It is what it is, man.
D-Web, what say you?
Yeah, Jimmy Dore one of the few little leftists I respect. But I think Arzuli hit a point too, is like when you talk about the reparations thing, you got this thing called the Monroe Doctrine, where basically the United States said anything that goes on in these Americas is our business, right? And they abide by that ideology for the longest, right? So in reality, they kind of capped what can go on in the Americas. Therefore, North America and South America itself should be subject to anything that's paid out, if you ask me. But going back, I'm not even really a fan of the minimum wage. I think the minimum wage is antithetical to growth. It hurts small business, and also it kind of caps your earning potential, right? But I am a fan of things like unionizing and collective bargaining, right? Whereas I believe part of your profits, open up them books, what profit are you making, right? And at least 30 to 40% of that profit should go to your people, right? You should be able to negotiate that salary, which if you divide by the amount of workers, of course, some people are more valuable than others, but you divide by the amount of workers, this amount of your profit should be going to the people who are making your business profitable. You know what I'm saying? By having a minimum wage, you defeat that whole collective bargaining, unionizing thing, because all we gotta do is pay you the minimum wage, right? And a lot of big companies can pay that minimum wage. So they're just gonna give you the minimum wage. That's what the law says we have to pay you. Don't ask for nothing else. That's it. You capped at that. You know what I'm saying? So I think we have to be more proactive and actually making these companies open up their books to see what they're making, and then you from there, it's nothing but math from there on out. You know what I'm saying? And And honestly, I don't know why Haiti has a lot of these countries that are making these products for these people haven't followed the China blueprint. Well, okay, we'll start off making your stuff for free. In the meantime, we're stealing what the blueprint for what you're making.
Yeah.
And then once that contract is up, we're gonna undercut you and make what you make at a cheaper price and build our own up. That's basically all China did. What's up?
T-Web, that's because these freaking leaders are a bunch of corrupt pieces of shit with no moral values, and they are dumb.
Mm-hmm.
So you're right. China say, "Oh, you want to make your computers for cheap? Come through. We're gonna reverse engineer your shit, and we're gonna be good."
Mm-hmm.
So this is the thing I was talking about like 2 shows back. It's in our. There has to be an innate self-inferiority between us. That why can't nobody think about that? Let them take advantage for a good 30 years.
Bro, let me put you on some. I had a conversation with a young lady who follows my podcast a few nights ago, yo, and it was kind of eye-opening to me, right? I think people like me, you, Arzuli, people that's on this panel right now, people who listen to this podcast, I don't think we're the normal people, yo. I think we're kind of an anomaly, yo. Whereas though we're people who seek knowledge, we seek to even putting yourself out here to make this podcast, right? You're providing a service to the community, and you're not getting nothing in return for it. Basically, it's an innate thing to you to just want to pass on that knowledge to your people, right? And I was hitting the chick with like, yo, I have zero desire to be a black leader because, you know, most black leaders end up dead, destitute in the gutter, right? And she was like, you can't choose that. You know what I'm saying? You don't get to choose if you get to be a leader. You know what I'm saying? You don't get to choose that. Leadership chooses you. You know what I'm saying? And I think a lot of people can't think. I think we think a lot of people, and I'm not putting down anybody. I think most people just want to get their little, you know, build their family, get their paycheck, and go home at the end of the day. They have zero desire to do this research that we do. You know how many hours go into producing a podcast? Even if nobody listening, bro, I've spent hours producing a podcast and 200 people might listen to it, maybe 50 people. You know what I mean? Who knows? But we put hours into researching and building ourselves up and gaining this knowledge. A lot of people, most people aren't doing that. So I think we got to start putting the conics on ourselves, you know, to spread the knowledge and start to take on these leadership roles, even if we have zero desire to do it, because we have been chosen. You know, we have this innate ability to want to better ourselves and pass it on. And we kind of gotta own that, you know. And what Arzuli's saying, where his people don't want to listen and don't, but you still gotta speak out, bro. You know, that's your role. That's what you've been chosen to do. You have the knowledge, you have the ability, the cognitive ability to see what's going on. And although it may even end up detrimental to ourselves, we have to at minimum pass it on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's what I got, bro.
The learning curve in the chat says there are companies that get tax returns. It is not well known by Black Americans. We focus on the prison labor market. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this prompt? How Hillary Clinton underdeveloped Haiti?
I agree with Arzuli, almost 90% of what he said, but he triggered something in my little mind that I was thinking of black market economy, you know, because he was basically saying, why don't the Haitians reverse engineer all of the shit they like making, you know, and get a sewing machine and go sell that shit on 125th Street in Harlem or wherever, you know what I mean? Get there. I don't know why some ingenious Haitian didn't think about that shit yet, but what I would say is that Zuli could correct me, is 5 Haitian gourd is different from 5. It's not $5. What is it? What's the exchange rate?
Yo, I don't know about how, but the exchange rate is very.
It's not American... 5. It's not the same thing.
No.
Yeah. I figured Jimmy Gore was making a mistake with that because I think he confusing $5 with 5 Haitian gourd. That's not the same thing.
Yeah, that's not the same rate at all.
Yeah, that's not the same thing. But I'm surprised. What's interesting to me is that if the Haitians could work in $5 a day or less to make all these things to go put up in Walmart, you know, and make the pants and different things, clothing lines or whatever, $5 a day. Then when some Haitians decide, well, listen, I want a better life, I'm gonna come over to America, so I don't have to make $5. Maybe I can make $15 an hour. at a factory and make my situation better. The Americans say, nah, we don't want you here. We want the clothes. We want the clothes. We want the nice clothing. We want the nice products. All these corporations making cheaply over there, which you probably made over there, but we don't want you. And they will fight you vociferously over it. You know, it's like, get the fuck out of our country, but we'll take the genes. You know, it's an interesting dynamic. And it's not, I ain't trying to poo-poo the American public. I would suggest that they probably don't know. Or if they may not give a shit, you know, they may not give a shit about it, you know. But I'm more leaning towards that they may not know, in particular our community, because there are many people from our community in America who was like, nah, send them back, call INS, you know, even some Haitians. You know what I mean? So I just find the dynamic to be very fascinating, and it's just different stories, but. People talk about Hillary Clinton and people talk about Hitler, but we forget sometimes that they had support. You know, their community supported them greatly. This is the reason why they was able to function with the power that they had. They wasn't out there by themselves. They had much support. And whether we know it or don't know it, indirectly, we could be supporting them. Like the shit we used to do something from time to time. But that's neither here nor there. But I just find the debate, the discussion fascinating, though. But I'll yield the rest of my time to Arzuli because he probably know about this more than I do.
Oh, I was gonna say that the people here don't give a shit, but at the end of the day, they should. That's because that's job being outsourced out of here, like they did in Detroit, like they did the outsource the auto industry, all these big factories to other countries. At the end of the day, we're still suffering from that because that could be jobs here. But nah, they take those jobs, they ship them to other countries, and not only the Caribbean, it's all like around the Asian countries, all of that, because it's about big business, making the product cheap and selling big. But we don't care, so I don't. It's not that I don't think they don't know. People know that big business want to make something low and then make bigger profit and sell it high. So that's what it is.
D-Web, how did you come to know Jimmy Dore?
Oh man, I listen to everything, bro. I listen to some everything, man. So I used to listen to Jimmy Dore more so when I was you know, kind of more so leaning towards if people don't know, I link towards a socialist type of as much as I know probably people jaw drop when you see my, but I linked to that until I did more research. You feel me? So I was one of those ideology, you know, socialism, you know, get Bernie in office and everything's gonna be equal type of people until I did my due diligence and research into what's going on. But however, Jimmy Dore is one of those dudes that does he's anti-war and anti stuff and like that. Like he does know what's going on, right? He genuinely wants to kind of, you know, see a change or whatever. So it's a few leftists out there I do respect who are actually not trying to push a globalist type agenda. And that's kind of what Azui was hitting on too. Is like when we live in a global economy, right? Whereas though the products that we have is no sort of limited to like the United States. United States, if it had to function on its own, it's an 85% service-based economy.
Yeah,
they don't produce nothing. So everything is outsourced in terms of, you know, what's manufactured. And what you're seeing in a global economy is they're just going to go to the next country that's going to produce for less. A lot of the auto industry is now outsourced to Mexico. You know, you lost a lot of jobs in Detroit. A lot of black people. Detroit is a black city, yo. A lot of those brothers and sisters lost their job because that's being outsourced to Mexico. That's why I'm firmly against this whole global socialism drive, because all you're gonna do is push it to the most downtrodden of people to produce your goods. They're gonna be the workers, while other people are just gonna be the if you ever watch the Hunger Games, right? The capital, the people who don't do anything, they just kind of spend money, right? The consumer class. That's all you're seeing is a shift upon which things are produced, and you have a consumer class who really don't produce anything, they just spend money. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm firmly against this, because guess who's going to get exploited the most out of that situation? You know, the most downtrodden. So that's what I got, man.
Yeah. Who else here was familiar with Jimmy Dore? just out of curiosity, how did you come to know Jimmy Dore? Mr. Untouchable, you familiar with Jimmy Dore beforehand?
Yes, my video. I listen to Jimmy. I listen to both sides. You know, I listen to extremes. You know, and I listen. Jimmy Dore is like a comedian. He's a joker, man. He's funny with his political humor. But I also listen to people like Abby Martin. You know, what's the other thing? News channel. Different. I listen globally, man. Just a bunch of different things, from the left and the right. To be honest with you.
Okay.
So, but and I was once an idealist, like my brother D Web too, until I took a trip to Cuba. You know, I had a rude awakening. Let me put it like that. But even though Cuba is a beautiful country, and it's a beautiful place, I just have my questions. Let me put it like that. I have a lot of questions, and I understand the United States was blocking Cuba for many, many years, and this is the reason why you see a lot of underdevelopment. But I feel that if that is the paradise that these guys was talking about, man, it's a lot of poverty and suffering, bro. You know, so I have my opinions about the state of affairs between the two political ideologies. That's where I am with it.
Okay. Kevin Carey, had you ever heard of Jimmy Dore before?
Sorry about that. No, I've never heard of him.
Okay. All right. Erzuli, what about you? Have you ever heard of Jimmy Dore before?
No, that's the first time I've seen this guy.
Okay.
That's the first time I'm probably gonna start following him. But that's the first time.
Okay, with that said, I'll go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 tonight. Shoot the Breeze topic number 7 is an ex-military vet explains why so many veterans commit suicide after they come back from war. This is, D Webb is a vet, so I'll be curious to hear what he has to say. But let's check out this video that's attached to this prompt.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? My name is Steron Timothy Batchelor, and this is a public service announcement brought to you on behalf of Best for Vets and every veteran across America. A little bit of my background story. I was a sergeant in the United States Army. I was a field artilleryman, 13 Bravo. We shot the big howitzer cannons. We did room clearing operations. We were a part of escort missions, escorting VIPs up and down MSR Tampa. I helped to set up the Iraqi Police Training Center, et cetera, et cetera. That was many, many moons ago, about 11 years ago, since I've seen that desert. But this message is to inform the public on what happens with many of our veterans, especially veterans who come back to the inner cities, or veterans who come back in general and just have issues with post-traumatic stress disorder, issues with relationships, things of that nature. A little bit of fact. Between 22 and approximately 30 veterans kill themselves a day in America, every day. Why, do you ask? Well, the reason is because the human being is not designed to be a weapon. We are not designed to kill and maim and wound and be able to do it autonomously, or even trained to go through it, or even witness it. It is a desensitization process that happens over time when you serve in the military. And so many people in the military, especially combat veterans, find themselves struggling with rage issues or anger issues because we're trained to enact our fight or flight response. And most of the time it is fight whenever we are approached by something that we deem to be a threat. Unfortunately, that brings issues in relationships. It brings issues on the job, and it brings issues with just your own peace of mind. So I just wanted to stop and let everybody know that if you have a veteran in your life, talk to them, listen to them, check on them. Most times people sneak off and kill themselves or do something crazy because they just feel like they're misunderstood. They feel like they have nobody to understand, or because of their relationship issues, they go years without a touch, years without a hug or a kiss, or to be able to just embrace somebody that cares about them. It makes you hard. It makes you so hard, in fact, that you almost become brittle, and then can break because of the pressure that is put on trying to reacclimate yourself to society, trying to be able to think about what it is that you're doing. Many of my friends used to tell me all the time, they used to joke with me when I first came back home, and even still now, sometimes I might catch myself going over things in my mind about what happened, or having a small little flashback, or whatever the case may be, to replaying things that I wish have happened differently, or thinking about friends that had passed on after my time that I served with them, or thinking about what would have happened if I was there, or just thinking about a lot of different things. And when it comes to veterans who are from the inner city, Black veterans, I will say, and I will speak as a Black man, that many times it is doubly impactful when we come back, because it is like the hitting over the head is you're trying to get out of the military way of thinking, and at the same time, most of the people that you come back in contact with, they do not understand, they do not approve, and they feel like man, just stop talking about it, hold it in, people are going to judge you, and they don't understand, and a lot of times, because we live in so much of violence at times, especially in urban areas, it is hard to try to explain to our brothers and sisters, our cousins, our friends, neighbors, the sort of experiences that we had that were traumatic, because they grew up with traumatic experiences as well. And that's the thing. So not only am I a veteran, I'm a Detroiter. And I'm a product of Detroit public schools. And when I was in high school, my best friend was killed by gunfire. And just recently, before my 33rd birthday, one of my other best friends was killed by gunfire in the city. So that was before the Army and after the Army. But during my time in the military, it was a bunch of death, a bunch of folks shot up, a bunch of gore, a bunch of bodies strewn around, and a lot of hot tempers. People go through divorces. People go through financial changes. And what's even worse is when you come back home, the benefits that are supposed to be guaranteed to all veterans who serve in combat, and just all veterans, period. Many times when you're in the inner city, that information is not passed to us. That information is kept from us. And even when you do get the information, there are so much red tape to stop veterans from earning or receiving their earned benefits, I should say. And I just wanted to let everybody know that these things lead directly to increased activity with people doing drugs, and people becoming alcoholics, and people eventually killing themselves. So I just wanted everybody to know what is going on.
Interesting. In the chat earlier, Marcus McGee said, well, I appreciate you all because I started off with Tariq, but seeing it was highest thought to get to, it's tough breaking through the pro-black perspective. I actually wanted to hear more about Cuba. We could double back to that a little bit later. Bobby Wright says 5 USD is equal to 522 Haitian gourd. Marcus McGee corrected and he said not highest but higher. Yeah, so those were the previous comments. Again, we could double back to Cuba in a bit. Kevin Calray, what did you think of this story piece? This explanation for why so many ex-military seem to commit suicide?
I'm not an expert at that. I think it'll be better with D-Web explain it. But from my take from listening to other veterans, it's the same thing. They said they leave for better opportunities. Sometimes to travel. Some of them had good experience in the military, but a lot of them said dealing with dickhead bosses. I forgot what they call them, but yeah, going to war, seeing all that horror, coming back to that same war you left. Sometimes some people, what do they say? They never really. You may leave the military, but you never really leave the war.
Right. Right. Erzuli, what say you? You're muted.
I think it's a sad situation. It's like they lie. First of all, they hype you up to get into the army. You get all this propaganda. Oh, this is the best thing you have to do. You're defending freedom. You're defending all of this, but in reality, you're defending people's interests and money.
Yep.
And then you go there, you fight, you come back. Sometimes, like the man just said, you can't get to all the benefits that you have. So, but I went to school with a person that was in the army, and a lot of them also use the benefits though. Like they go to school for free, they do this for free for a certain amount of time. But I do get it, man. This is there's an African book I was reading. They say, yo, when you come from war, you cannot go straight to the population.
Mm-hmm.
You have to go be what's the word? Either deprogram or that you cannot be mixed with the regular people because of what you've seen in war. You have what you said?
Debriefed.
Yeah, debrief psychologically, emotionally. You have to do that. And I'm not saying that the military don't provide that per se, but I think like the men said, it's a lot of red tape to go through. And some people be like, what the I did all of this. That should be the easiest thing that I get when I come back.
Yeah.
And it's red tape and this and that and the third. So I feel it for veterans, man. Like, imagine you go there, you think you're dying for a righteous cause, and then, but a lot of, even then, but you know what's crazy? Even still, a lot of these people claim that, like, wear the shit as a badge of honor. Even if when they were shitted on, when they come back by the people that promised them stuff and that. But if you come back unscathed, yo, you get benefits, bro. If you come back uninjured, physically, mentally, and you carry on, you could get far. You get, because I heard like to buy a house, you might get half price. Like they get stuff, but like you said, there's a lot of red tape. So I get it, man.
Mr. Untouchable, how familiar are you with folks who serve in the military and
I know
veterans?
I know when I was living in the States, I knew a few people. I almost joined the United States Army. That's another thing. But I knew a few people in the military. I always respect soldiers. I respect my brother D-Web. Anyone who have the nerve and the courage to pick up a gun and go fight for whatever reason and actually use it. I respect brothers like that. I understand that the issues are varied, in coming back. But for me, this particular topic, I personally would like to yield the mic to D-Web, but I would only ask, this is an important question. I really wanted to ask him in particular, if a young kid, 17, fresh out of high school, were to ask him whether he should join the military, what would his advice be to that question? And I'll yield the mic.
So D-Web, before you go, let me just say the learning curve in the chat says it's debrief, but they don't support the process. She says they need a community. This is my answer to everything. It is our job to coordinate the provision of all the material needs of our people. D-Web, you were in the military. The prompt says, the prompt talks about why ex-military commit suicide all the time. What's your take on that? And then what's your take on Mr. Untouchable's question?
I I'm gonna answer Miss Untouchable's question first, to be honest with you. No, I do not recommend the military for most, particularly with what's going on right now with this administration and things like that. I do not recommend it. However, a lot of us we don't have alternatives, man. Like, I firmly believe that if not for the military, I'll probably be dead at probably like 23, 24. You know what I'm saying? To hit what the brother was hitting on in the video, my best friend was killed. You know what I mean? My best friend didn't see 30. You know what I'm saying? His little brother was killed at 17, who lived with me for a while. You know what I'm saying? So these are the type of issues we dealing with. Part of the reason I named my podcast "The Harsh Reality" was the truth. You know what I mean? It's a hard pill to swallow. A lot of us, once you get to the military and you go to certain places and you hear this propaganda here, like the thing you hear about, like before like 9/11, like a lot of people hear like, oh, Afghanistan's full of all these terrorists and blah blah, they training to kill Americans. And then you get over there and you see a bunch of poor people who 80% of them are illiterate. You know what I'm saying? They just trying to make a buck.
Right.
But you're sitting out there dodging, bullets from Talibans and Chechens and whoever else they pay to, it's very jarring, to the average person. But to keep it a buck with you, man, a lot of people who, particularly if you come from the urban environment, if you come from inner city environment like I come from, a lot of people had issues before they even left. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people are running from things. They join the military because they're running from things. They're running from either a bad environment, a bad home life, where they don't get along with parents. In general, just trying to get out their little town in the middle of nowhere, and they have no other alternatives. Maybe they didn't get good enough grades to go to a good college or get a scholarship or something. So they join in the military. A lot of people join the military already have issues before they even get to the military. You kind of got to be crazy to even go through that. You know what I'm saying? To go, we finna send you to a boot camp. They're gonna torture you for 6, 7 weeks, 8 weeks, to see what you're made of, and then after that, they're gonna send you to some more training. And then you go to the middle of nowhere and probably kill people you don't even know their names. So you gotta be crazy to get this, to even see that as a alternative or as a viable option for you, right? And to keep it buck, most people in the military, they're not even combatants, 90% of the military are non-combatants. They're supply people, they're finance people, they're human resources, things like that.
Is that mostly the people who go in with degrees?
No, the people going degrees are most likely officers. And you got different degrees of officers too. Some of them are, like I said, supply people. They crunch numbers, just like the equivalent of any job that you have in the civilian sector. It's a military equivalent of that. So the vast majority of people are not even seeing combat. They're in the rear with gear, like they say. You're crunching numbers. You're doing logistics. You're doing things like that. The 10% of infantry people, the 10% of people who are maybe medical see a lot of crap too. Those are the people who are actually seeing like the actual residuals of war. The vast majority of people are not even seeing that. You know what I'm saying? And just on crunching numbers, to go back to that, you're actually living in the most peaceful time in human history, despite all these wars going on, despite all this whatever's going on. People don't realize, like, it was a time where you had to worry about like a rival village coming in, just killing everybody in the village and taking your women and making your kids slaves. That was a daily thing. Wild animals, things like that. What you're gonna eat? You know what I'm saying? Like, this was daily issues of just survival. You know what I'm saying? So we have to realize that. And a lot of people come back jacked up from the military, and then you come back to a sick society, You come back to a sick society where we're talking about trans kids, and you're seeing people arguing over pronouns and stuff that you don't care about, and things are just ridiculous. And you come back to a sick society where now you might go back to the urban environment and people are doing the same thing you did when they left. So that too is jarring. So once you go to this place, and particularly if you come back and don't do your due diligence and get the benefits and stuff you're entitled to, and you just go back to the hood, of course it's gonna freak you the hell out. You know what I'm saying? One thing I'll say, the military is no different than real life, If you don't do your due diligence and doing your research into the benefits you're entitled to, into the things you can do to get your money, into the things you can do to get your, the VA loan, like the brother was saying earlier, you can get a house, no money down.
Mm-hmm.
Don't got to put nothing. Most people have put 20% down. If you in like a place like New York, I know what most of 20% is a whole
lot of money.
Whole lot of money. You bypass all of that. So of course they're not gonna just give that information out to you all willy-nilly, because the more people take advantage of it, the more it costs the United States as a whole. So if you don't do just like if you're in civilian sector, if you don't do your due diligence into what you need to do and what you're entitled to, if you don't do it on the military when you come out, of course they're not gonna tell you, they're not gonna give you free game. That the United States never has given people free game. You feel me? So you have to do your due diligence and get what's entitled to you. You know what I'm saying? You have to do your due diligence. It's Facebook's groups right now. It's so easy right now to learn what information you need to do to get 100% disability or whatever like that. You know what I'm saying? I was in the military, bro. I literally got blowed up. And I don't get 100% disability, right? I was with people who never left Panama City, Florida, and they get 100%. You know what I'm saying? Because they did their diligence. They knew what they had to do. They knew what paperwork they had to submit. I didn't. I'm learning on the fly as I go along. You feel me? So it's just like life to me. Like if you don't do your due diligence in terms of getting services, even mental health services, then of course it's not going to come to you. You know what I'm saying? So we got to be more proactive, I think. You know, I agree with some of the brothers saying, but I also think some of that was like, that's life, dude. Like if you don't harden yourself, if you don't realize what you need to do and improve yourself, and as a man, you don't seek out the services you need to not want to kill yourself or not want to live that life that you had before you left for the service, then that's kind of on you. You feel me? You got to do your due diligence. You know what I'm saying? That's all I got.
I love that take. I love that take, especially the last part. Do your due diligence, man. It's life. You know, in the chat, Daily Affirmation by Pauline says, thank you to D-Web for your service.
I appreciate that.
Bobby Wright says, my younger brother served 23 years in the Army and fought in both Persian Gulf Wars. Marcus McGee says, a good friend of mine came back strung out on heroin and a drunk. D-Web, did you see many people who came back strung out, drug addicts and whatnot?
To be honest, man, like one of my good homies, he left with me, man. He's pretty much an active alcoholic right now. But the thing is, I'm not going to attribute that all to the military, yo. Like I said, we coming from a Chicago environment where these things are encouraged, where people don't tell you to seek the services you need, where people are even scared to tell you to help yourself, right? So I think that's kind of a failure on the whole as a community. Like we don't help each other, man. We don't tell each other the things we need to hear. We don't do any of that, you know. So I haven't seen a whole lot of people come back stronger. I think that was more of the Vietnam era, where they was out there, you know, shooting up and things like that. This generation, I don't think is as much as strung out, you know, but we do come back with mental issues. And if you don't do your due diligence in terms of getting help for those issues, then yeah, you will have problems. It's on us to help each other too. You know what I'm saying?
But one question, D-Web, was you there when your best friend died, or he died in a different area than you were? Right.
No, I had actually just moved. I had just got out of Chicago because when I got out of the military, I went back to Chicago actually.
Well, he wasn't in the military when he just died in Chicago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just one dude I grew up with, man. Yeah. So, I was actually here when he died. So yeah, I got the news in the morning.
Daily Affirmation by Pauline says, a young man we know came back strung out, walking around zoned out and barefoot. Yet I know people who came back seemingly untouched. You never know how you will come back. I think that's true. And I like what D-Web kind of shone a light on, is that a lot of these folks go into the military already dealing with certain situations, certain negative vibes, you know, and they're going to the military is a result of those things. So I appreciate that. Kevin Carr, you have the last word. I guess he's not here.
I'm here. Sorry, I was just editing something. But before I came to college, actually, I was going to go to the military, and you made a point earlier, D-Web, that sometimes people are trying to get away. You know, when I was young, you know, I was not getting along with my mother at all, right? So I went to, I was like, on the fly, like coming home from school one day, I went to Utica, and that station is still there, that recruitment station, actually. I went there, I was going to join the Navy. So, they would tell me all this bullshit. Come to find out later that it was really bullshit when I researched. But I was just fresh-faced, wide-eyed high school kid saying, yo, I just want to get away from my mother and, travel the world. Then, a godsend comes in two ways where my late father, he came up here. He wasn't on a job. He's an electrical engineer. So he came from Jamaica. He went to Kentucky, and he saw all these veterans on the street. He goes, yeah, you should be careful. I can't tell you what to do. But when I was in Kentucky, I saw a lot of guys on the street. One guy, he said I think the VA wasn't taking care of him. He had some kind of heart infection, and he was just out there. So I ended up going to the MEPS, but by God's will, I said something to the doctor, and I got disqualified. And after that, I ended up getting accepted to college. But I don't know what would have happened, if I'd went. Looking back at it, I wasn't prepared.
Right. In the chat, we have Del J here. Del J says a large number of the military suicides never went to war. He says people who join the military are already in trouble mental health-wise. So he's echoing what D. Webb said. The pro-black perspective says, I knew this dude facing prisons, and judge said he could avoid with military. Pro-black perspective goes on to say, personally, I'm no fan of American military. Seems it's just cheating kids to advance American interests. I also feel similar to that too. D. Webb, what say you to that?
Yeah, but at the same time, what's the alternative? Whenever I say something like that, I say, what is Pan-Africanism offering these young black people? You know what I'm saying? That's where we need institutions, whereas though we're giving these people money. You know what I'm saying? You need jobs and opportunities. So we can't say like, yo, I'm no fan of you going to the military, but I got nothing for you. You know what I'm saying? I'd have nothing for you. I don't know. I don't own a business. I can't give you a job, nothing. So if you're gonna say that you're not in favor of anybody going to the military or going in any, you have to have alternatives that you're offering, whereas though they don't even feel obligated. That shouldn't even be their first option. And we're not offering that. So that's why I will never criticize anybody who chooses that route, because if I'm not giving you a job before you go to that recruiter office, how in the hell can I say something to you? If I'm not offering you to get you out the hood where you seeing all your friends die, how can I say something crazy to you about wanting to get out that hood, right? If I'm not offering you a way to get out that abusive, relationship you in, maybe with your parents, maybe with your spouse or whatever, how can I say anything, right? So that's the big thing, yo. You have to offer economic opportunities before you can criticize anybody choosing whatever route they choose to feel as though they got to survive the next day.
Well stated. Well stated. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze, topic number 8 tonight. Shoot the Breeze, topic number 8 is we have to talk about this. And what is this? Let's check out the link that was attached. So actually, a picture was posted for this tweet, and it took me about a half hour to go back and find this link because it's hard to show pictures on this show. So if you can in the future, just post a link of the tweet and we'll show it. The tweet says, it's from Sock Darling, some white chick. It says, if you're uncomfortable with a woman having a penis, maybe you're not mature enough to be dating. Again, it says, if you're uncomfortable with a woman having a penis, maybe you're not mature enough to be dating. I wish there was a woman on the panel here right now. I'll put the link in the chat in case one of the ladies who's listening wants to jump on. But D Webb, what say you to this?
Hello, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, this is just some you know how I feel about this. This is some jargon, yo. I don't even know how this is here. This is just some leftist fucking cancel this. This I don't even know how this is. I got nothing for this one, bro.
The matron is here. Matron, what say you to this?
I am so offended. I'm so offended.
Talk about it.
So now I have to be a hermaphrodite if I'm a biological woman in order to date. Like, that's crazy. And I feel like it's putting our men at risk because guess what? They're forcing men to acknowledge somebody that was not biologically female
Yep.
as a female. And if you don't, you like could get accused of being a hate crime person or whatever legislation they pushing through to make out like they supposed to be honored like biological. I am so offended. Like, you could do my hair, you could teach me how to do makeup. I might even take you and show you where the store is at. But now you trying to replace me wholesale, full stop?
Yeah. The pro-black perspective is laughing out loud at this tweet. He also said, just to go back for a second, he said that he was referring to the American military. He gets why people will go for military in general, but not the American military. So just putting that out there. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this tweet?
I mean, the tweet said, well, the prompt says we have to talk about this. Really? This is some bullshit. Yeah, somebody troll it. Yeah, because this is not a discussion. Hey man, come on, man, come on. Yeah, it's like, so now we have to accept women with penis. Well, no, bum that. We have to accept men dress up as women who have my genitalia and then call them Shirley. Come on, man, come on, somebody troll it.
So, as I was going back looking for this tweet, I did find out that apparently this person was trolling liberals or something of that nature. So there's that. You could go through and see some of the responses to this tweet as well. Kevin Carey, what say you to this tweet?
I'm very immature. I'm very immature.
Gotcha. What made you choose this tweet as something that we have to discuss?
It was just a random 2:00 in the morning. It's a little bit of downtime for me editing my videos, and I was like, you know what? Let me take a break, and bam, this showed up.
Okay.
Yep.
I think Kevin was on that sake. Yeah, he's on that sake.
Nah, I got some. I had a different weed guy, man. My weed guy didn't show up, so I had to get the replacement guy. I guess you know how that goes.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
Let's go to Zuli's not here. Let's go to Shoot the Breeze, topic number 9. Unless someone has something really pressing they want to add to that prompt. So this prompt.
Get off Twitter, man. That place is a disgusting place, man.
I think D-Web calls it a cesspool, right?
Yeah, they put me in jail today.
Oh, they did? For how long?
I got about 4 more hours left.
Oh, okay.
You know how me and the police union have beef, right?
Yeah.
So they finally they had enough of me. I put 2 tweet out because I don't know if you heard in the week locally that Ed Mullins, he was the Sergeant Benevolent Association head. He surrendered to the FBI. So I started trolling Patrick Lynch, and he kind of took offense and reported 2 of my tweets.
And I got you banned for like 24 hours or something, 12 hours?
12 hours, yeah. All I said was, they're going to tuna sub you in jail. But if you look at tuna sub backwards, you see what I'm talking about.
Bust a nut. Yeah.
Got you, yo. Yo, I still ain't been put in jail. I don't know how it's possible. They say I'm probably a fed. That's what they said.
Daily affirmation by Pauline in the chat says, LOL. KW Don 7 says, Irritated Genie had warned us about this. He says, this type of tomfoolery, and he has been deplatformed from most social media platforms. But yeah, I haven't heard from Irritated Genie in like a number of years now, actually. But let's go to Shoot the Breeze.
I didn't know they deplatformed him. Because I didn't hear from him in years either. So he was deplatformed. That explains it though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's go to Shoot the Breeze, topic number 9. The prompt just simply says, are they serious? So this came with an image too, but I had to go to the link because I can't post the image here. So there's this article, Africa's oldest DNA It's helping address science's racial bias. Scientists have way more DNA from ancient Europeans than Africans. Now, analyses of a genome from nearly 20,000 years ago is answering questions about the continent's past. Human history is written in DNA. Where our ancestors lived and who they loved. The story is right there if we can see into their genes. The trouble is that the ravages of climate and time degrade DNA, making its secret harder and harder to detect. Gradually, however, scientists have begun to peer back through time by sequencing ancient DNA. In 2016, researchers at the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology pieced together DNA from a skeleton found in a cave in northern Spain. The human ancestor it was from lived more than 430,000 years ago. Other ancient DNA discoveries have filled in our knowledge of humanity's past, distant past. A Siberian cave yielded up a bone that DNA analysis revealed belonged to a woman from 90,000 years ago, who was half Neanderthal and half Denisovan. Another skeleton from the same cave gave us Neanderthal DNA from 120,000 years ago. But all of this DNA has something in common. Almost all of it comes from Europe and Asia. The oldest DNA from sub-Saharan Africa, the place where the whole human history began, dates back to less than 10,000 years ago. So again, the prompt is, are they serious? So when you hear this article, Kevin Carey 42, what comes to mind here? Are they serious with this information?
Come on, man. We're getting our stuff from Europeans. What do you expect? They don't look out for their best interests. Of course, they're going to try and downplay our ancestry. That's what they always do. Look at them. They built the how the hell is a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man, Caesar Borgia, walking around the Middle East and still looking like that without getting sunburned? Or how the hell do these people build the pyramids of Egypt? They want to be everywhere and anywhere and say they built civilization when, God damn, you look at the ancestors like, yo, those were your ancestors? You're freaking dumb.
Yeah, these guys didn't really build much in their own homelands, and want to claim building everything else everywhere else. D-Web, what say you to this prompt? Are they serious with this information?
Nah, man. I have my quips anyway in regards to the DNA thing, in general, because you don't really have. I know you're a man of science yourself. They don't really have a control group. The only way the DNA type of comparison is very viable is if you have the first human being, and then you can kind of trace, immigration patterns and things like that. So to me, this is just like I said, like the brother was saying, like this is just kind of like, Europe has the oldest history. You know what I'm saying? Like it's almost like a propaganda piece to me. And DNA to me, they even make comparisons that like the Great Library of Alexandria is actually a synonym for your DNA. And things like that, going into more of a conspiratorial type of deal. But it's kind of telling to me. Is like they talking about 10,000 years and things like that, and when the Sands people are 500,000 years old at least. So to me, this article to me is just a propaganda piece. I think that's kind of what they was hitting at, even with the prompt. Are they serious? No, they're not serious, yo. And that's what happens when you don't control the means of information, even the means to scientific discovery. You know what I'm saying? People are just gonna feed you. They even gonna propagandize science to a certain extent. You know what I'm saying?
Big time. Yeah.
So that's all I got on that, bro.
It'd be cool if the matron can join the panel for this one. Urzula, you came back for this one. What say you to this?
I don't really know. I don't trust any of this stuff, man. Whatever they tell me, I can't verify DNA my own goddamn self. And then I was listening to something that 23andMe, like a bunch of these things are not really viable, don't really work. So at the end of the day, we're the oldest people, not we per se, but these African people are the oldest people in the world. So until
We don't need DNA to tell us that. So I don't know. I don't trust these things anyway. So
we got the matron here, but let's first go to Mr. Untouchable. Mr. Untouchable, what say you to this story?
You could, Coco, you could correct me on this because you're a man of science, like D Web was saying, and but if I'm reading this right, they are basically saying that the Neanderthals were here first, which is fine. You know, they could say Neanderthals was here longer, but see, what I'm concerned with is the Homo sapiens sapien. That's who we are right now. That's thinking human being. That's who we are. When we left out, when we was in Africa, we were the persons who build the civilizations, math, science, religion, all these things, and then we went into other parts of the world and also helped build civilizations there. A Neanderthal was drinking out a human skull, howling at the moon. You know, he wasn't any great contribution to what we consider to be humanity. So I mean, if they want to be the oldest, they could. Well, if they want to be a oldest humankind, which is not a human being, it's a kind of a human being, they could eat that. Yeah, be that the Neanderthals. I'm a Homo sapiens sapien. That's where my genes come from. So if I'm reading the science correctly, they could eat that. They could have it.
They recently came out with some. I was seeing this recently. They came out with this information that that Africans have more Neanderthal DNA than previously thought. And the reason I think that who are these people again? The Neanderthals and the Denisovans, after going to Europe and Asia, respectively, they think that those people came back to Africa. Were intermingling with these people to a great extent, to the point that more than, I think it was previously said, we had less than 6% Neanderthal DNA. To the point that in reality they're saying we have more Neanderthal DNA. What do you guys think about that? Before you guys talk about it, let's get the matron's thought on this prompt, period. Matron, what say you?
You know, I had a knee-jerk reaction when I saw it because, you know, they talk about the 10,000 years and that the Eurasian, you know, is the youngest. And then I had to take a deep breath. And my other thought was that, oh, so what they're saying is that these Neanderthals, because we went out adventuring and exploring, they started coming back, or our men or women started bringing back these Neanderthal people to where real humans, evolved, developed humans, art, science, culture, and everything were. And they started invading us. And it just reminded me of, like, you know, their Berlin Conference or how the continent is carved up today. So that was my thought about it.
Okay. What do you think about this idea that we have more Neanderthal DNA than previously thought because Africans were readily mating with returning Neanderthals and Denisovans?
I think that that's kind of sort of true. That's why we have so many problems. You know, we don't have a history or a legacy of locking people up and doing horridly inhumane things until we came encountered the other. And even now, when we talk about people going to Africa, they see people living a rather idle life or just enjoying and living off of the land versus these other people that, you know, have this desire to control and dominate and things like that. You know, I also don't believe in the cannibalism thing because if we were cannibals and not them being the cannibals, wouldn't we have eaten them? I'm just saying, like, new meat. Like, what are you saying?
In the chat, Coach Pete says black people are the original black people. The blood of Christ runs through our blood. Coach Pete says Moses and Abraham are black. D-Web, did I get your thoughts on this prompt?
Yeah, you got me, bro. But just to, you know, piggyback off what the Matrix saying, or what you're saying in terms of the Neanderthal DNA, it's no different than, like you said, you would say, like the transatlantic slavery. issue. You know what I'm saying? Where a lot of black people in America, particularly in America, or even in Americas in general, have a lot of European DNA, right? It's the mating, you know what I mean? You mate with what you call property at that time, right? The Moors who ran through Europe, you know, mating with whatever they can, you know what I'm saying? So as long as you have people moving around and mating, of course you're gonna have. But I think it's kind of telling that it's kind of, you know, actually strategic that they would say that we have more Neanderthal DNA than they previously thought. You know, it's like, okay, we want to kind of integrate you into this system. So we're going to say like you're more related to us than what we previously thought, you know. So it's just kind of telling to me, and I would take that with a grain of salt, to be honest with you.
Well, you know, I apologize. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say this Denisovan, this ancient group, the Denisovans, the people today who have the most Denisovan DNA are the people in the Philippines, actually. The black folks in the Philippines. Matron, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, well, give me back my birthright. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want the resources that I should have. I want the opportunities that I should have. I want the right to fail at different endeavors versus being put in a situation where everybody expects me to make the right decision off. But give me back my birthright if we so related, cousin.
Yeah, but they don't give back anything. People don't give back power, you know. Yeah, I think we did a decent job with that.
Yo, can I say one more thing?
Yeah, go ahead, do it.
This whole situation, I think our issue is this whole thing of evolution needs to be ignored and thrown back for them. When you look at the timeline, because Mr. Untouchable said something about whether Homo sapien. Not according to them, when they went from monkeys, when you look at that picture, Goku, you could help me. What's that picture called when they go from the little monkey?
The evolution of man, yeah.
Yeah, the evolution of man. The man that stands up, what color is he?
He's a white dude.
Okay, they already told you what they think about you. You're not part of it, bro. So, but you guys keep saying, "Oh, wait, yeah, we believe in evolution." All right, keep doing that. Yeah, I throw all that shit in the garbage. I don't believe none of that shit no more. Because if they tell us we African people are the oldest people, how come on that evolutionary chart after the monkey comes them? You know who they're talking about?
They're talking about themselves. Yep.
All right.
Hold on. This really is making me laugh. Let me say this. Let me say this. I think that within our sojourn in the West, we tend to look at things like structural racism and political racism and things of that nature, and we kind of gloss over scientific racism. I think that aspect within our community don't really get discussed much because a lot of us are scientifically literate, you know, illiterate, you know, unfortunately. And I think that we would trust a man in a white doctor's uniform. We would trust a man like that, regardless of the fact that he's being white or black. We would trust him more so than we would trust a college professor. Why? You know what I mean? Because we yield to the science. And sometimes people, especially racists, they get away with presenting these kinds of evidences, because they know much of the community are scientifically illiterate, you know, and in a lot of different ways. But scientific racism has been around for a very long time and it's not stopped. So I wouldn't put it past them to put out information like this. I was not there to know whether I have partial more Neanderthal that I do Homo sapien, but I trust the scientists who I studied and listening to. Like
let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
Not just you, but everybody here. Where did what theory of evolution come from? From which scientists?
Darwin.
Okay, what color is Darwin?
No. That's a legitimate point. That's a legitimate point. But let me just say this. Even though that's a legitimate argument, I would say we're going back to the best evidence, and I'm saying that the best evidence discovers that the architectural bones, the oldest bones, are found in particular areas. I think Uganda and Ethiopia. That's where the oldest bones was found.
Who told you that, bro?
I mean, I feel you. I feel you, Azuli, man. I
What I'm
feel you,
saying is
Azuli.
that what
I
I'm
feel
saying
you.
that we
I
need
feel you. I
we need
feel
to
you.
learn where we come from
Yes, I feel you.
our
I
people.
respect that. I respect.
That's
But
what I'm
let me.
saying. I get
Yeah.
what you're saying, but
Yes.
if you look at it, all these people who speak about scientists, this scientist, where'd
Yeah.
you learn that from?
That's true. That's true. But let me say this too, though. We
Mhm.
we also had Shakanta Diop was a scientist, bro. You dismissed that. He was he.
What okay, Mr. Untouchable, did he learn that from the original people? Where did he get his
Say it
science
again.
from?
Say it again.
Where did he learn? Where did he get his science
That's
from?
a legitimate argument too. Yeah, that's a legitimate argument. I can't. It's very difficult to argue against that because
This is all I'm just saying. I'm just saying we can't choose.
yes, I hear that.
Oh, this and that. I'm
Yes,
just saying if we're gonna
yes,
look at that chart, yo,
yes.
I stood back and looked. I was maybe in my last year in college. I said, yo, monkey, Caucasian, where we at? I
Well,
thought we were supposed to be the original. But you know what? It's telling on themselves. That's their story. We
I
need
hear
to
you.
find out our story. That's all I'm saying.
Yes, yes. I hear that. I hear that. I hear that.
Matron, I'll give you the last word on this point.
We are indigenous to this planet, and I want my planet back, black man.
I hear that. Okay.
That's I like that. I like that. That last. I want my planet black man. That's very charged. I fuck with that right there.
How do black men get the planet back, in your opinion, Matron?
Y'all know that I believe in turning the world upside down, literally, by any and all means necessary. But it first starts with us accepting accountability and responsibility for each other.
I hear that. Okay.
You already getting the planet back. check your birth rates. The first should be last, and the last should be first. That's why you seeing what you seeing now. It's a scramble. It's a panic because guess who are producing the most? You know what I'm saying? So nature is doing its course, man. Low key.
We are about to go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 10 for the night, I think. Hold on. Let me double check. Yeah, we're about to do Shoot the Breeze topic number 10. Before that, though, let's do a station ID break, and we'll be back to talk about the last topic.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
This is D Webb with the Harsh Reality Podcast. Asking you to tune in where we tackle the news of the day that affects our community, only on KWAZ Radio.
Peace, family. This is Oni, inviting you to listen to the pro-black perspective, where black problems are addressed with black solutions.
Greetings, fam. Tune in to The Learning Curve with me, the revolutionary matron on KWAZ Radio.
You are listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast on KWAZ Radio.
Have you ever considered joining KWAZ Radio? Each of our hosts shares their unique perspective with you. You might have a perspective that needs to be shared. If that's true, hit us up at kwaz.radio@gmail.com. What are you gonna do? What you gonna do?
What are you going to do? I'm going to go to Shoot the Breeze topic number 10. I want to thank everyone who tuned in tonight to this episode of the Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze. Want to thank everyone who's here. Make sure you guys hit the like button. Make sure to hit the like button. Share the episode if you don't mind. Or just let a friend know to come and tune in the future. Shoot the Breeze topic number 10 is, can the panel please break down in layman's terms what is happening between the Ukraine and Russia and the possible reasons for the attacks? I've read that there are people from the diaspora studying over there. Matron, what say you about this? What if you were to put it in the simplest terms? What's going on in the Ukraine with Russia?
I don't know everything, and I don't know all of their story. I know that Vladimir Putin has always wanted to reconnect his homeland, Crimea, Ukraine. He wants all his countries back. They keep telling him he don't have a seat at the big boy table. They keep expanding NATO and all of these other agreements. They keep telling him that he's not included, and he doesn't like that, right? And yeah, there are students from the diaspora. That morning before the attack, the one of the ambassadors or somebody from Jamaica came on and was talking about the fact that they had some students that wanted to stay, and they were trying to get their students back home, and now it's Africans at the border, which they're not whipping them, but it's very reminiscent of the Haitians that were at the border, where it's like, no, you can't come in, and they're queuing lines. But basically, they're having a family fight, and we just need to let them duke it out.
I agree with that. I see too many Negroes, to use Mr. Untouchable's term, in Candyland, crying out, Lord Jesus, pray for Ukraine, and these people wouldn't shit on you if they didn't have a toilet. So, Kevin Carre, what say you to this? If you had to explain what's going on in the Ukraine in layman's terms, what would you say, and what would you say about those students studying over there?
Well, I call this a tribal war, a European tribal war. I just think the gloves are off now. The niceties are done. The day of the polite society is over. But as with those students, I mean, you want to get opportunities, but I blame a lot of the time their government, because I look at what the Nigerians are doing. They're not even helping to get their people out. It's kind of reminiscent of when those Africans were in China and they were put out on the streets. A pregnant woman and all these people just walking the streets, getting gaffled up by the police and the residents. I mean, what the hell are you doing over there? And you see a bunch of people that don't like you. Why would you go study over there? But what can I say, man? But this is a lesson learned. We're seeing all these L's, as Azulian would say, all these L's. Azulian was just giving out all these L's. I'm like, first last week is that we spoke about on a prompt that black kid, getting, like those two cops knew on him. Now this, when will we learn as black people? We got to make our own. We got to stop going to people's countries and thinking that they're here for us. I don't blame Poland. Poland's like, we don't want you Negroes here. We have no relationship with you. These people are our relatives, are our cousins. Who the hell are you? We don't want you here. Go back home or get killed. We don't care.
Erzuli is talking about this article. There's an article. Let me share it with you guys. So there's this article talking about thousands of African students who went to Ukraine to train to become doctors and engineers scrambled to escape the Russian offensive. Some of the subheadlines: so Ukraine is home to thousands of African students who come to study at affordable prices. Now they are trapped by the lightning Russian military invasion. Some embassies told the students to quote unquote save themselves, as they could not help. Yeah, that's a failing of their home countries. But to speak of the prompt itself, Erzuliism, what's your understanding of the conflict between Russia and Ukraine?
My understanding is I don't care. That's my understanding.
And I agree.
I don't
agree
care.
with understanding.
I have enough I have to deal with here. I don't care. The only thing I'm gonna say about this is that what Kevin Carey just said, and this is the same thing that happened to the Haitians and freaking and with the Dominican Republic situation, and the same thing that happened at the border. Yo, why is your country not saying, you know what? We're gonna send a couple of planes to Poland, and you guys get on the plane and come back home. But at the end of the day, they don't want to go back home.
Right. They went to Poland.
Brazil, you
Yeah.
said Poland are letting in only the white people. They're telling the blacks to stay in Ukraine.
What I'm saying is, let's say if Nigeria asks Poland to have 2 planes or 3 planes to pick up their people, land on their airport. That's all I'm saying. Or if whatever the African country they come from say, yo, we're gonna shuttle a Boeing 7, whatever, those big airplanes, and you guys get on it. But at the end of the day, my question is, why are they running? You're not in that beef. Yo, go to Russia. They're not gonna do nothing. You're not part of the beef. You're just there to study. But at the end of the day, yo, so this is disgusting, bro. But I don't care. And a lot of these people who went to Poland, they think they're better than regular Negroes anyway.
Absolutely. You know, D-Web sent this Instagram post. I think it's a video. Let's play it and we'll get an understanding, a simpler understanding of what's going on.
And several motherfuckers from that set voted to be separated so that they could start their own shit respectively. So they moved up out the hood and set up their own little demos along the perimeter of Russia. And that whole time, Russia was definitely blue about this shit, but they was like, you know what? You can have that shit. And that whole time, Russia got ops. They ops ended up coming in, recruiting a lot of the motherfuckers that had just moved off the block into their new Blick Club. And that Blick Club is referred to as NATO. And NATO is basically just a gang of countries that don't believe in one-on-one fights. Now, Russia's sitting back like, damn, y'all done already moved out the hood and now y'all clicking up with the ops. Say less. Now, the whole time, the Ukraine was one of their most beloved homies. And before the Ukraine could get a chance to click up and level up, Russia was like, hell no, we on your ass. Now, the whole time, the U.S. coming to play because they're a part of NATO. Now, the Ukraine ain't a part of NATO, but however, they are affiliated and majority of the territory surrounding the Ukraine is NATO territory. So now it's up and it's stuck for the grade. On God, so Pete, basically look at Russia as a big-ass sect. And several motherfuckers from that set voted to be separated so that they could start their own shit respectively. So they moved up out the hood and set up their own little demos along the perimeter of Russia. And that whole time, Russia was definitely blue about this shit, but they was like, you know what? You can have that shit. And that whole time, Russia got ops. They ops ended up coming in, recruiting a lot of the motherfuckers that had just moved off the block into their new Blick Club. And that Blick Club is referred to as NATO. And NATO is basically just a gang of countries that don't believe in one-on-one fights. Now, Russia's sitting back like, damn, y'all done already moved out the hood and now y'all clicking up with the ops. Say less. Now, the whole time, the Ukraine was one of their most beloved homies. And before the Ukraine could get a chance to click up and level up, Russia was like, hell no, we on your ass. Now, the whole time, the U.S. coming to play because they're a part of NATO. Now, the Ukraine ain't a part of NATO, but however, they are affiliated and majority of the territory surrounding the Ukraine is NATO territory. So now it's up and it's stuck for the grade. On God, so Pete, basically look at Russia as a big-ass sect. And several
All right, sorry about that. I just want to get the beginning of the video playing as well. In the chat,
That was a great description right there.
KW7 says, the primary reason Russia is taking Ukraine by force is that Putin didn't want them to join NATO, among other reasons, along with the $5 billion coup that the U.S. sponsored in 2014. Bobby Wright says, Putin doesn't want NATO on his doorstep, so he made a preemptive move, white on white violence. With those comments in mind and the video we just watched, I'll put it to Untouchable. Like this prompt that says, can the panel please break down in layman's terms? So I'm asking you to add to the content that was just posted what is happening between the Ukraine and Russia and the possible reason for the attacks. I've read that there are people from the diaspora studying over there. Mr. Untouchable, what say you?
I think let me first comment on the video itself. I think it's ingenious the way that this brother was able to, in layman's terms, the terms that common people talk, common young people speak. I think that it's ingenious the way he did that. And I wish sometimes some broadcasts, in particular public broadcasts, spoken in a language of the people. Usually sometimes when information is given, in particular on news stations, they talk at a level, usually they talking at a level of people who may be out of high school or even at a first year college level, and sometimes people can't clearly understand what's actually going on. And I think that this is a good way of informing your people, you know. But that's neither here nor there. As far as the question itself, from what I could gather, there in the Ukraine there is two political ideologies going. One political ideology is more favorite in the Western ideologies, and one particular group of people who are favoring Russia. And Putin is trying to really, I think that, you know, he has different kinds of agendas going. But what I do know about the Ukraine itself is the people who are actually in office right now, from what I could have gathered, he is a big supporter of the West, and in particular the America. And I also do know that many people in this political group or grouping are neo-Nazis. So there's a myriad of different issues going on with the Ukraine and Russia right now. There's a myriad of different issues, but what I would say for the people, for the Black diasporans in particular, the Jamaicans, the Caribbean people there who are there, and the African people who are there. There used to be a time when a lot of Africans, in particular Angolans, they used to go for medical training. They used to go to places like Cuba, you know, the universities there, and even people in the Caribbean used to go there as well. I don't understand why now they want to jump and go all the way to Europe, Eastern Europe for that matter, and skip over Cuba when Cuba has a good medical training program. Why not come to Cuba? You know, or if it's too expensive to go to UE, you know what I mean, go to Cuba. You know, but I don't know what it is that cause these people to trek all the way over there. And even if you can't go to Cuba, go to a African university that teach. I'm sure they teach medicine in universities in Africa, which is just as good as any foreign place. You
My
know,
thoughts too.
if you don't want to go to a place within your country, go to another African country that has a good medical program, you know, or engineering program, even with our own people in the West too. You know, if you can't afford certain areas, go to a cheap place in Africa and get medical or engineering training. Why go to Europe? You're not liked there, you're not wanted there, and really, the European, especially Eastern Bloc European countries, are far right. They're far right elements. They don't like niggas, and they harm niggas worse than any England or America would ever even think about. So these things are to be considered before you jumping over to a country where you don't even speak the friggin' language. Now you want to cry? I don't feel too sorry for them. You know, I don't feel too sorry for them at all. But that's my spill on that.
Can I say one thing? If Black people were smart in Europe, they will flee Europe at this point, because this thing is gonna get a whole lot worse. Because now Putin's, I think he's threatening Finland and another country. Because you join NATO, there's gonna be consequences. And the other thing you gotta also watch in the next upcoming weeks, if not months, China's gonna look at Biden's like, "Yo, screw you! I'm taking Taiwan now. What are you gonna do?"
Interesting. D-Web, what say you to all of this?
I think you got a lot of bad actors, man. Coming from a strategic point of view, from a military point of view, the first thing you're gonna do if you're invading the country is cut the internet, yo. These people are still Snapchatting, these people are still tweeting, these people are still on Facebook, etc., etc. They can tell your troop movements, they can tell where you're at any given moment. Like, you lose basically any strategic advantage you have, you lose it if you keep a population with internet. You know what I'm saying? Like, even in being in Afghanistan, yo, it was times where I've seen the Taliban blow their own people's cell phone towers up so they couldn't message anybody. You feel me? And you have Russia, who has the second largest military in the world, not in the region, not in Europe, not in the Americas, in the world. The second lot, they have ballistic missiles, they have nuclear subs, they have all of drones, all of this stuff. And you have the Ukrainian president, who's also an actor and a comedian, by the way, doing TikTok videos in the middle of a war zone with no PP, no gear on, no protective gear on. You're just out there doing TikTok video. So Russia don't got snipers now? Like, this to me, this is theater. I don't entertain none of this shit. It's funny to me. Like I said, I know from a strategic point of view, this whole thing is impossible the way it's playing out. It wouldn't play out nowhere the way it play out. And one thing that also snitches on them is if you go to Snapchat, Snapchat has a map feature where you can look at people in real time as they post videos if they have a public profile upon seeing what they're doing. People in Ukraine right now are going shopping. Okay, they're still going to different places and things like it. This whole thing is theater, yo. It is theater. But the brother in the video was correct in terms of saying like what's going on in terms of the whole NATO issue. It would be the equivalent if USSR still existed and they like, yo, we finna have Mexico as part of USSR, you know. And you know what would happen after that? It would be war. The Cuban Missile Crisis was all over, like, you know, the whole like USSR trying to put missiles in Cuba. They're about to start a nuclear war off that, you know. So how could you be mad at Putin for like, yo, the only reason NATO even existed was to counteract the USSR. In totality, in reality, because you have the UN now, the United Nations, you shouldn't even have a NATO. And the United States damn sure shouldn't even be in NATO. So the fact that they even exist on top of having a European Union, you know what I'm saying? Like, how many alliances do you fucking need? You know what I'm saying? So how the hell you gonna be mad at Putin for like, yo, and they're trying to turn, just like they turned a lot of these countries into proxy states for the United States. They're trying to turn a lot of these former USSR countries into proxy states for the United States. And the US and Ukraine is one of them. So how the hell you gonna be mad at Putin for saying like, nah, we ain't finna let that go down like that? You know what I'm saying? And the fact that these people with no kind of knowledge of anything that's going on in that region are sitting here siding with one side or the other, that ain't got nothing to do with us, yo. Let that go down how it go down. You feel me? So I don't understand people. It just kind of shows to me, if anything, the only thing I take from this whole thing is that people are dumb. And people are very parakeetish, for lack of a better term. I'll make that up. And they repeat whatever they see in the mainstream news. Pray for Ukraine, whatever actors they put with ketchup on their face on TV or whatever, and they take that and they roll with it. And that's what you're seeing right now. So be very cognizant of the people you seeing right now who are reposting this crap and engaging in this whole nonsense because they're bad actors and they're letting themselves be known. So
yeah, there's a I'm sorry, there's a black guy who just popped up out of nowhere. You guys might be familiar with the name. He's like a PhD student in the Ukraine. And like just out of nowhere, a few days before the shit happened, he started the trend. Does anyone know who I'm talking about? The guy's name? I guess not. But yeah, there's this one black guy. He's a student out there in the Ukraine. I think someone was about to say something. Student in the Ukraine. Go ahead.
Oh no, I don't know his name, but I know that a month ago they had this billboard with Meg Thee Stallion talking about tweeted into existence. And then all these crazy things started happening, being quote unquote tweeted into existence. So that was what I was gonna say.
Okay. Yeah, so like D-Web said, you gotta be wary of the folks you see pushing these talking points concerning this white on white violence that's none of our business. You know, this blacks for the Ukraine or whatever, like this nonsense. Like Kevin Carre said, the fact that these home, I think it was Kevin Carre who said, the fact that these home countries ain't checking for their people, that's a shame on us again. That's another L. These black equals African folks have to run to Poland. Do you know what I think of when I think of Poland? Please. If there's nothing else anyone wants to say about the prompt, I'll just like to quickly take a moment and ask Mr. Untouchable to tell us more about Cuba when you end it.
Oh, what do you want to know?
Well, I think you were talking about the abject poverty. That you saw in light of this economic system that they've been pushing, and yet there's all this poverty. So talk about that.
When I first landed in Cuba, you go through this terminal area, kind of like, and the women are, for some reason, everyone have a tight skirt on. They are absolutely beautiful. God dang. But it's almost like you going back in time. Let me say it like that. It's a lot of underdevelopment that is there. Yeah, you would think that because of all the attention on Cuba would be a little bit more. I expected it to be a little bit more built up. I didn't know Cuba was only an hour away from the Bahamas, but that's neither here nor there. When we got to, I stayed in someplace outside of Havana named Verdad, and Verdad is like almost like a suburban area, a little bit nicer, where John Lennon Square is, and it's a little bit more developed there. But the first thing that caught me off guard was when it was boiling sheets to clean their sheets. They don't have like washing machines and things of that nature. That's out. They boil their sheets to clean their stuff, and that was one of the things that was kind of like I was like really going back in time, because I remember on the island my grandmother used to, she used to scrub with them old silver scrubbing boards we used to clean the clothes with and things of that nature.
Yeah, washboard. Yeah.
And then when I went into the city centers, the thing about Cuban food is that the seasoning, they don't really season their food, because I didn't realize that seasoning is something that is expensive in the world. You know what I mean? So they in some restaurants you may be able to get your food seasoned, but they more inclined to use more like just the natural things from fruits and things, or lime juice to season their food.
I did not know that.
Yeah, the season. I didn't know season was so expensive around the world. Another thing that they did is they had like a I don't know if this was a parade or something that they do locally, but it's just they had a farmers exhibition where they brought all of the slaughtered pigs out and things like that, and people would buy different parts of the animals, and sometimes you would see almost like the whole pigs just sitting in the sun, and people would tell them what they would want, and they would cut it right there, and they would take it over with them. Another thing that is their scarcity is eggs. I find that a lot of Cubans was carrying around cartons of eggs, like with them. I don't know if they had a refrigeration game. Everybody had refrigerators where they could just store eggs in a refrigerator, and it'd be cool and it would last a little bit longer. I think that they more or less, when they get it, they prepare it and things of that nature. What else could I remember? I find that one good thing about Cuba is they are very family oriented. That's one great thing about Cuba, because when I went to the square on a Sunday, it was a time where all the Cuban families would get together and they would just have a day. The whole community would just gather together where they have live music, and people would engage with one another and things of that nature. That was a good thing. As far as just the city areas itself, I find that they have a sanitation issue, because dogs would shit on the street and people would just walk past it. I mean, it was just something that I just was not familiar with. Another thing is that what can I remember from the city? You gotta ask me questions, bro, because some of the things I can't remember, man, because this was like a couple of years back.
What was the African community like?
Oh, good. That's a good question. I find that it's like the civil rights didn't happen yet there. Let me put it like that. So when I went there, the women who were maids at the time where I was the hostel, I was not the hostel, the motel, the hotel I was staying at, no, the Airbnb I was staying in, there was kind of like had to look a surprise. Like young black people actually go on vacation. Yeah, man, it was wild, because I feel like it's almost, to me, it seemed like the civil rights has not happened in that country yet. I feel like they are behind the scenes. You could tell the second class citizenship of them in relation to that society, even though even though Castro was all about so-called fairness and equality and all that good stuff. What was beautiful to me was the women who used to dress in white. You know, culturally, they practice a form of Santeria. So they have their white head wraps on, and they dress in all white. A lot of the black women. I found that to be fascinating. When I go back to Cuba, I want to investigate that a little bit more. The religious, the cultural black religious aspect of how they maintain and retain that religion, because that is still practiced and is more recognized than African religions in our country. You know that. When I spoke to the lady, you know, I was asking her certain things, and can't remember what she told me about it because we spoke briefly. But what else can I remember? You gotta keep on asking me, Coco, bro.
Yeah.
We forgot. Yeah, I mean, like I say, oh, another thing too I found which was good is the fresh fruits that they would eat. You know, things that they had their fresh fruit markets in a lot of different areas, and they're not heavily store oriented. They eat a lot from the ground, so you could become a very healthy person in that kind of arrangement. Because I just went across the road and get mango juice and pineapple juice and things like that. Everyday things are made naturally. When I went into in the stores, in the grocery stores, I found that certain things were very expensive, like even water. Bottled water was almost like maybe like $5. It was a very expensive, man. And I was like, why is water so expensive? You know, different things like that. Because of the embargo, I found that a lot of things were more or less expensive, and some things were cheaper than others. But the seasoning of foods I found to be strange. I wanted to try to see if I could find where they actually made the Cuban cigars, because in the cities of Havana, they was really trying. I was trying to get, like, they was trying to sell it to me like a tourist price. Like, nah, I'm gonna go to the source. But it was in Santiago, so I didn't get a chance to go. When I go back, I'll go into Santiago to go to the factory itself. But it's a beautiful place. Cuba has good people. They humble, but there's a lot of a lack.
Did you see any lingering Russian like presence there or influence
in the museums? In the museums, Cuba has their representation of what happened during the war times and things like that. So they still have their good. Cuba has a lot of nostalgia inside of it. So you will see the tanks and different kinds of things within the museum. You see the big portraits of Che Guevara, but I didn't see a whole lot of Russian influence. Maybe the next time I go, I'll look for that specifically. But I stayed near the University of Havana, so you know, maybe I'll have to look a little bit further, because that was my first time, and I was just really trying to take it all in. But I made some good connections there, and I promised I would go back. A lot of them want to come to the Bahamas too, because there were people there who are extremely sophisticated, highly educated. But because of the economic system, some of them was driving taxis, bro. You know what I mean? You find a doctor or lawyer driving a taxi cab. So I mean, it's just a different kind of reality, you know, different from what I was used to. But it's something that you could adjust to. It's just something just far different from what I was used to, just living an hour away from Cuba. You know, it's just a different kind of experience, brother.
Bobby right in the chat says Cuba is a very racist place against black people, but they tried to deny it. You being a black person, black Bahamian, it's untouchable. Did you witness this any racism?
No, because I lived in the home of a Cuban, or a white Cuban, and me and him used to sit in the porch and talk mess and whatever. I think it's an issue of rich and poor, but maybe if I spoke to more black people, I could get their version of their experiences in Cuba. I think that while I was there, a lot of the black older women, they would want to speak, but they were sheepish because they was working for the boss. You know what I mean? So I couldn't you really pull them on the side and have a drink with them and start asking them different questions about Cuba, because I wanted to. But like I say, the next time I go, I'll be able to. But see, he already had an appeal on him and his impression of me, because the fact that I could take vacation and stay at his place and give him money, he was like, okay, well, he on our side. He got a little bit of money, so we are familiar, even though he's black. So we had a different kind of rapport going, and they already have a view of maybe Bahamians, because our economy is maybe 1-to-1 with the United States. So they figure we may have some money. So his attitude towards me was a little bit different. But I can't say that. Like I say, the next time I go, I'll have to investigate a little bit further. Yeah.
Does anyone want to ask Mr. Untouchable a follow-up question? If not, if you do, let me know. And if not, I want to ask you guys a bonus question. All right, we got 20 minutes to midnight. I think we got time to do a quick bonus question that says, incredible that the young girl was arrested prior to an investigation. So let's see what the link is to this. Sorry, sorry about that. This thing didn't share. Let's do share screen again. Okay, let's go back to the beginning of this.
New details tonight. The family of a 13-year-old South Florida girl who was wrongfully arrested and placed in a juvenile detention center is taking legal action. In November, Nia Wims was accused of making threats against her school. She spent 2 weeks in custody until police realized she had nothing to do with the threats. CBS 4's Ashley Dyer is live at Renaissance Charter School in Pembroke Pines. And Ashley, you spoke with Nia and her mom today. What did they have to say?
Lauren, it's clear this is a mistake that's not going to just get brushed underneath of a rug. Nia spent 14 days in jail for a crime that she didn't commit. Now her mother wants the people who put her there to be held accountable.
Tomorrow. Yeah, I'm trying to get you out tonight.
This heartbreaking video shows the moment 13-year-old Nia Wims was arrested for a crime she didn't commit.
They need to make sure that they do their homework prior to putting our children in handcuffs and locking them up.
According to Nia's mother, a girl who was bullying Nia for quite some time created a fake Instagram account. That account, police say, was used to make threats against the girl's school, Renaissance Charter.
That platform was used to frame Nia.
Attorney Marwan Porter says the Pembroke Pines Police Department needs to be held accountable for wrongfully arresting the 7th grader, leaving her family in distress.
At one point, I wanted her out so bad. I was like, I called my lawyer. I'd rather do the time than her. What can I do?
And causing Nia embarrassment and anxiety.
I feel distance. Like, I really don't want to talk to anybody about the situation.
Porter says Nia was traumatized after spending 2 weeks in jail.
Another young lady who was in there, who were a lot older than her, actually, I believe, threatened to stab her over a piece of chocolate.
Since this happened, Nia's been going to school virtually, using track practice as her outlet.
I can be myself out there, focus on me. It's like my peace when I go to track.
Nia's family plans to sue Instagram, Facebook, Renaissance Charter School, and Pembroke Pines Police.
When it comes to our babies, when it comes to our children, law enforcement and school officials need to make sure they do a proper investigation, a thorough investigation.
We've reached out to all parties involved in the lawsuit. The school released a statement that read in part, they won't comment on any pending litigation. We're live in Pembroke Pines tonight. Ashley Dyer, CBS 4 News.
Ashley, thanks.
All right, we're gonna finish this show at midnight. So, Izuli, what are your thoughts on this story?
My question is, how can you hold somebody in jail for 2 weeks over a threat? Like, what's going on? Like a child for 2 weeks and in jail, a 13-year-old child. I mean, I know it probably was a juvenile detention, but still, this is crazy. Like we have no control. Like they seem to have no control over their children. Like who does? And how you handcuff a 13 over a threat?
Mhm.
And again, there's no men there. It's just a woman. So I mean, this is a sad. Like we're in a sad existence. Another L, man. I can't say anything different because I don't understand how a kid spend 2 weeks in jail, or unless the mother was playing the card so she could go sue later. I don't get this.
Kevin Carre, pick up where Urzuli left off.
I have to agree with Urzuli. Yeah, how do you? But I'm gonna answer Urzuli. You should know better. She's a black child. That black skin is a threat to white society. You know, as I said earlier in I think the second prompt with the black boy, they set that white boy down and put their knees on his neck. They don't care how old your child is. I don't know if you remember it was about 3 years ago. This Orlando police pig arrested a 5-year-old child, put handcuffs on a 5-year-old child because the black girl was throwing a temper tantrum. They still see us as slaves. That's what I'm saying. Why do we keep being around? As I said, at this point in my life, I'm sorry if I gotta say this, man. I know I sound very angry tonight. It's just another week of rage, but we have to separate ourselves from these people, these non-black people. We got to start doing it, not just white people, other people, because it's not good for us. It's not good for our children. It's not good for our community. It's not good across the board. It's not good at all. There's got to be a stop to this shit now, man. We can do business with them on the buffer, but they can't come into our community. We got to start taking responsible for our actions now, man. We can't keep complaining. It's too late in the goddamn game.
Matron, what say you to this problem?
Well, I mean, the child was going to a public school, and this country doesn't respect Black people, but it definitely has to respect Black-owned property in the modern age. I think that was what our civil rights, if I really boil it down, that's what our civil rights gave us the benefit of. You need to hide your Black face too. So she was probably at a public school, and they just came to the public school and picked up a child. And we don't think about it like that, but that could happen to any child in a public school, just like they come into our rented apartments and kill us. So we have to really make some decisions about what we're going to do and how we're going to move in these situations. I would definitely recommend people deciding to pull their children out of the schools and trying to organize community for themselves, because you don't have any protection. They're in a white school being taught by white people, and even if it's Black people, they sold out to the system and the establishment. Check out. That's it.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Untouchable, what are your thoughts on this?
Well, the only thing I could do is quote the words of the great matron when she says, "What are you gonna do?" And I would say that to the father. What are you gonna do, brother? You wouldn't ever want this situation to ever happen again to your legacy and your daughter, who is your diamond. So in doing that, you have to put her in a situation or circumstance that could never happen again. So you must, like Matron said, you must either take her out of school, homeschool her, and find the money, brother. Find the money. Because for me, this is, I don't know what I would do in this. I would create a problem for myself and leave my daughter unprotected if my daughter was to be taken in handcuffs and be put in jail for 2 weeks. Come on, brother. You know what I mean? You can't, and then I would have to just eat that. See, these kinds of things create irrational decisions by men. Men will act erratically in that scenario. So I would say he has to get on the ball and do what he needs to do to ensure that this does not happen to his daughter. No way.
I'm going to double back and ask the panel their thoughts on that last thing that Mr. Untouchable talked about. But D-Web, what do you say to the prompt first?
Oh, I was just gonna say I agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Untouchable. And for two, why arrest the girl if she's, to me it looked like it was a parking lot of the apartment complex. If I'm not mistaken, was it that actually the school? It looked like to me like they was coming to the crib to get her. But like why would she do that time and sit there 2 weeks? And it's funny to me because the mother was like, yo, I don't want my daughter to do this time. I would rather do this time than let these people but you letting them cuff your daughter up in front of you. You feel me? And I have to ask, like I said, Mr. Untouchable said, where is the father in this case? You know what I'm saying? To be honest with you, if you come to my house to take one of my kids, you best have a warrant. And if you have a warrant, good luck. You getting shot at the fucking front door. You're not taking no babies out my fucking house, bro. Period, point blank. And that's why I draw the line. If I go and somebody else have to hold the torch down, it is what it is. It's a reason why you don't see this happen in the Arab community. Is because they'll blow up your fucking building. You feel me? They will kill every person in there. And we got to stop being scary about this situation. Like I said, I agree with Mr. Untouchable. It's like, where's the father at? And one of the very telling things, man, I've seen throughout the years is we just had the anniversary of the Trayvon Martin thing, right? Trayvon Martin's pops right now is I think he ran his mom. I know his mom ran for public office. Yeah. His pops is doing speaking engagements. The dude who killed your son auctioned that gun for like a 6-figure number. He did speaking engagements, things of that nature. And the only person to lick a shot off at the dudes was another white dude. You feel me? We are not feared. Okay, we are not feared as a collective, and we are not feared individually. And that has to change. People should know that when they mess with anybody with your last name, they may get smoked. Period, point blank. I'm not even gonna sugarcoat it anymore, yo. Like, you have to stop being pussy, yo. We have to stop being pussy and relying on a criminal justice system that was not created for us to enforce a system of justice for us. You know what I'm saying? If somebody comes at you or your children, try to snatch your children out of their house, out of their bed, out of their crib for some bullshit ass law or something they said you commit, they need to get smoked. Period, point blank. And if we come together as a community, I recommend people go look at this situation they had with the Bundy Ranch, which was a bunch of white people. But at the same time, they came for them people, and that community came together and bagged off the federal government. You feel me? And you need to start moving like that. And as long as you fear death, and that's part of this Abrahamic religion thing too. As long as you fear death, as long as you fear consequences, that can happen to you as a result of things like that, these things will keep happening. You know what I'm saying? The way you get a bully up off you is you punch them in the face. Okay, and even if the bully wins the fight, if they know they have to fight you every day, if every day this bully has to come to school, and even if they win the fight, they gotta fight you to tooth and nail every day, then guess what? They're gonna back up off you. And we gotta start taking that to heart, man. And it's a damn shame this poor girl had to sit in jail for 2 weeks because people are too pussy to fight for her. You feel me? But it looks like they got a little thing going on too with the lawsuits and the griftings. They got the brother with the curl with the so they gonna get some bread probably about it.
Kevin Carre, in light of when Mr. Untouchable took the conversation about the father, what do you have to say about this prompt in terms of the father?
Yeah, we need to we need to put aside our differences as black men, black women, no matter what. We have to come back. We have to come back together as a unit, or we're gonna die. But I want to add to what he also said about that you're not coming to my house. We need more Larry Davises in the world. I don't know if y'all know. You know who Larry Davis is, right?
Remind us.
He was the guy that that crooked precinct in the Bronx, the 44th precinct. They set him up, and they sent a squad to go kill him. And he defended himself. He shot through that door, and he did damage to those cops. In the end, they end up letting him go with no charge. Yeah. But they convicted him on something else. But I like his spirit. You fire back at these pigs. Enough of this shit. When they start getting the message, they're gonna start saying, "Yo, we gotta start approaching these people very carefully from now on, because now we have too many people from all people fresh off the boat coming in and assaulting us. What happened to our fucking spirit over all these years? You know, all this fucking, excuse my language, but this fucking integration is killing us.
Matron, what say you to this in terms of the father? What should the father be looking to do?
Ooh, that's an interesting question. I want my planet back, black man. I think that he needs to decide that he wants justice, and justice is not always something that we can guarantee through the judiciary process. I think that justice is necessary.
Zuli, I'll give you the last word here.
I think it'd be sad that they made the little girl be 2 weeks in jail just for some money. I don't understand how a little girl for threat spends 2 weeks in juvenile detention. And she didn't hit nobody. She didn't do nobody. They said allegedly, which wasn't her anyway. How? Maybe these grifters were trying to play a game, made her stay there for an extra week so they could get more money. I don't know.
What do you think the father should be doing about this?
Well, the father wasn't going to do shit anyway. They're all feminine minded. So we all these fathers, what have these fathers done when their kids get shot? Listen, we keep saying that, the father, the black man's back has been broken.
Yeah,
okay.
Look what happened last time with that Asian guy that shot at that 6-year-old kid.
Exactly what happened. He was crying. My son could have. Yo, our back has been broken. We have no masculinity in there. That's why when she said we want our planet back, black men are not up to the task.
Wasn't Trayvon Martin's father like a gang affiliated, like a blood or something like that?
I heard he was a Mason. I didn't hear anything about
Yeah, I ain't hear nothing about no gang. I know he a Mason. I think he a square dude. I don't think he no gang banging like that, bro. I think he's a square and he's a Mason. Yo, I don't think he's no affiliated. I never heard anything like
the young lady had said, Ahmaud Arbery's father. Like, what the? Yo, I'm not saying for you to go all out, but speak. You know who person said something? Was it Ahmaud Arbery's mother when she called out the prosecutor that was trying to give them a deal without the her consent and her? Yo, man. I'm sorry, black man. We have fallen, bro. I don't want to hear nothing. Like, what's his name? The kid that got shot when the lady shot him and thought she was going to her apartment. What the father said?
From Gene.
What did the brother said? Oh, I want to. Yo, let's stop acting like the black man would have been different. Would have been there talking on some macho shit. Stop.
Right. I want to thank everyone who was here tonight. That was a bonus prompt. Matron, what's coming up for you on your show?
On my show, I'm working through the book that I actually suggested, The Conquest of a Continent. Pulling out some sketches from there and Noah Davis. So you guys will see me Monday afternoon at 3 p.m.
Okay, thank you. D-Web, what say you?
Hey, what's going on, man? Like I said, check out my last episode of The Presents with Tahuti. It's a pretty good conversation, I think. And also we should be dropping something Monday. I should be recording tomorrow, and we should be dropping a regular panel, our regular co-host that we have. Should be dropping something on Monday.
Okay, cool. Make sure you guys are subscribed to the Learning Curve as well as the Harsh Rally podcast. I know Oni will be doing his segment tomorrow on the enemies within. So tune into that 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Kevin Kare, anything new from you? Any shout outs?
Just basketball. I'm just so bogged down with work, and more work. But hey, it's paying the bills, man. But there's something I want to add, though, that I want to bring up. I didn't want to interrupt anyone. About the schools, not just public schools, but one of the worst offenders too is those private and those Catholic schools. I've been covering a lot of games there, and I'm talking to a lot of the parents. I'm like, yo, look at how these Catholics, and I'm going to mention them, right? There's a school in Queens. There's a couple of them. Christ the King High School, Archbishop Molloy, Cardinal Hayes in the Bronx, and what's the other one? There's a couple more, but they make so, because of these black kids for all these years they've been playing in these schools, they've been winning championships, national championships, or going national, and they're bringing in all this money, like especially Christ the King. If you look at their gym way back about 8-10 years ago, it was like a freaking cave. Now they had all these great players that came through the both black girls and black boys. ESPN, Dick's Sporting Good, Nike. They gotta deal with Nike. They're one of those elite schools, so they get free sneakers and free gear and free travel all over the country for these tournaments. And they end up revamping the gym, and they don't do the tournament there anymore, but it's called the Dick's Sporting Good National Tournament. And they're getting all this money. I'm talking to these parents like, look what your kids are you're putting your kids through. Look at these neighborhoods. They're not wanted here. Like when you go to these schools, you can feel the tension. Like, oh, we just gotta deal with these niggers. They're bringing us money, but fuck, we don't want them here. I'm talking like, yo, what if what you and I, all of us, have been talking. What if we had all, we bought all the buildings? Start with homeschooling first, right? Just like Mason says, start with homeschooling. Eventually, you buy the building, make your own gym. Then you can get all these sponsorship. Oh, we can make our own. We don't need to keep going to these people's neighborhoods. We don't want no more Trayvon Martin incident. It's just tiring at this point now. It's just very tiring. But I digress.
Mr. Untouchable, what's your last words for tonight?
I just want to quickly respond to Zuli's comment. And let me just say this: I am not a violent person. I am not a violent person. But if nor am I the biggest baddest person out here, but there are men out here who would put up their lives, black men out here who would put up their lives for the sake of their children. I have two female nieces, I have one female niece and two nephews, and if their life was to put at a threat or in jeopardy, I would put up my life for theirs with a smile on my face. Okay? So don't believe that because the media has it out here that black men are cowardly and they're buck broken and things like that all of us think like that, brother. Because people who think like that will get a big surprise if they think that they're going to just have an easy win with my nephews. And if I had children, my kids. Let me say it like that.
Mm-hmm. All right. I want to thank everyone for tuning in tonight. We'll be back on Tuesday. I think Azuli is trying to get back on. We'll be back on Tuesday with another show. Thursday, we should be back on the KWAZ Radio YouTube channel. And then again, next Saturday, back with Saturday Night Shoot the Breeze. Azuli, was there some last word you want to say?
I was gonna say that I understand what Mr. Untouchable is saying, but let's look at all the situation that happened where where was Tamil's Rice cousins? Where they was at? He didn't got no male cousin, male uncles. Where they was at? Where was Mike Brown's like Mike Brown's mother made more noise than the father made.
Oh, maybe it's Mike Brown's father who was gang affiliate. Maybe that's what I'm thinking about.
I think so.
Yeah.
So and let's stop. A lot of our men we're indoctrinated into the system. We want suing and getting the money is more important than justice. So I don't know.
Right. All right.
I just want to say one thing. They know more about who we are than we know about who we are. And they go for soft targets. Okay. So we don't have a protective warrior class that's in every household, but some kid that is estranged from her man, or he out there thugging it up, or he out there, he a square dude. That's a soft target for them. You know what I mean? In certain areas, they take a census every 10 years and tell them all the information they need to know about likelihood of striking. I believe things are more orchestrated than we give them credit for, because they were writing books about how to analyze people's psychology and how to teach that in an underhanded way. 200 years ago. So if you don't think that our media programs us to do certain things, to bring about certain results based on the narrative they want to push, then I think we need to take a step back and really look at the picture and how it's really coming together. They know.
Yeah, these people don't play. They science, man. And we don't understand that. We playing all the time. These people sciencing all the time. But that's the show tonight. We'll be back next week. We'll be back during the week doing our regular show as well. Thank everyone on the panel for being here. Thank everyone in the chat. Make sure you guys hit the like button before you leave tonight. Thanks to KW Don 7, Bobby Wright, Pro Black Perspective, Coach Pete, Daily Affirmations by Pauline, KW Don 7, and any other person that I missed tonight. Thank you guys for being here. I'll see you guys next week at this same time.
Thanks for listening to the Bitter Medicine Podcast with your host, Koku. If you like what you just heard, we hope you pass along our web address, bittermedicineblogs.com, to your friends and colleagues, and share our show to all your social media. Be sure to check out our archive section on our website for previous podcasts. This has been a KWAZ radio production. Join us next time for another session of the Bitter Medicine Podcast. Follow us on Facebook at Bitter Medicine Show, Twitter, Bitter Meds, Tumblr, Bitter Meds, Instagram, Bitter Medicine.